Morning. Okay. Morning, council, staff, guests. Let's see if we have quorum yet. Okay, we're just missing Councillor Thompson. Had he signed on earlier?
Yes, he did, Chair Terziano.
Okay, I will call the meeting to order. I will confirm that we have quorum. I believe we have everyone present. Here comes Councillor Thompson now. The clerks have assigned movers and seconders for all the motions, so if anybody has a problem with anything as we call them out, just let me know. The first resolution is moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 be adopted as printed and circulated with the following deletions. Under new business, corporate services report 2019-18, 19, 21, or 22 and 23, and those are all license of occupation reports that with our deferral at council on Monday night, we are not going to deal with these until we get the other one finalized. So all in favor of that? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we have no invited or ceremonial presentations, but we do have a list of deputations. So we are going to start with Mr. Glenn Duffield on a deputation for water access on Echo Bay Road. Mr. Duffield, are you with us?
Good morning, thank you.
Good. Welcome, and go ahead with your presentation, whether it's verbal or is there a slide deck?
No, I wasn't aware I could provide a slide deck. So at this moment, it is just verbal. I have another fellow resident from Echo Bay on the call here, Mr. John Waller. So I imagine he will be also sort of helping me go through this. So what we're looking for and what the residents of this area are looking for is Thailand Park is a beautiful park that's really underutilized. It is listed as water access, but unfortunately it's not safe water access. It's very rocky. Basically, you're unable to get into the water. So what we're asking council for at this time, and this is sort of the first stage of this, is how do we go about getting water access and safe water access for everybody in the neighborhood who would be interested. Personally, I think steps would be ideal down to the water. A small dock, what families could utilize for fishing, putting in non-motorized watercraft such as paddle boards, canoes, kayaks. And as I've wandered around the neighborhood and garnered support for this, there's also people who are very interested in seeing something in the actual park itself in the way of a playground or picnic tables, just something where families can go, maybe a swing set, something for the kids, where families can go and hang out and use the park. I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody in the park. It's so underutilized, and we have a lot of small families, young families who live in the area who would be very interested in getting involved with this project. As a community, we're also very willing to help maintain this property, cut the grass, repair any stairs, help with the whippersnipping. I think you'd find it would be not only a benefit to ourselves, but a benefit to everybody in this community. So, John, if you would you like to pop in and say a few words?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having us come to the meeting this morning. Yes, I'd just like to echo everything that Glenn said. I've been living in the community for 8 years. The community has changed over the last few years. We have a lot more families moving into the area now than when we first moved in. So the utilization of that particular park, I think, would be very utilized. Right now, the kids don't have any place to go and really hang out in a park and play, given the fact that we're a little further away from town. I do agree with Glenn that safe access to the water would be very good. In the everything that you read within Huntsville literature says that Thailand Park has water access. So if anybody in the neighborhood was to come to there to access the water, they wouldn't be able to because of the overgrowth that has happened over the few years. I think that, you know, just looking at this park that has been in existence for a really long time, and kind of the master plan from the community side or the town side of looking at parks and revitalizing the parks and so on and so forth, I think it fits quite nicely within what the town is looking to do. As well as a neighborhood, we are more interested in helping be able to maintain that. We got a lot of handy retired folks in the neighborhood that would be willing to help out. And like I said, we have lots of kids in there that could really benefit from that. So I guess what we're looking for is some help and some direction and how we can move this forward to make an accessible play area as well as a accessible waterfront for our community.
Okay, thank you both very much for that. I'm going to see if there's any questions of council. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. We had much discussion on this very topic on Monday night. And so my question to you, Glenn and John, would you be prepared to build a dock and maintain it?
Yeah, I think so. I think we would, with some understanding to what does that entail from our side. I don't think I don't know about Glenn, but I don't feel so super comfortable with taking on the entire liability portion of it. But I'm happy to maintain it, and I'm happy to build it, and so on and so forth. I don't know, Glenn, if you had something to add.
Yeah, and I think the first thing we need to look at, Councillor Stone, is access. Yes, a dock would be fantastic, a safe place to put in a kayak or a canoe. But presently, it's unsafe to get down to the waterfront. And I think as a first step, that is sort of what we're looking for. But to answer your question, yes, we will help in any way, building, maintaining. I'm not sure if the cost or the liability should fall solely on our shoulders, but how does the town work that? If you need a work party, we could have many people there. That's not the issue at this point, I don't think.
Wonderful.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Glenn. Thanks, John, for coming forward with this today. I really appreciate it. You are correct. This park is really underutilized. It's a beautiful spot there, and we probably need to move forward with something. I know we'll be talking about this later in today's meeting. We did have quite a lengthy discussion on Monday night about license of occupation and docks, public docks, etc. So it is on our radar. We are looking at it very seriously, and we'll get back to you by the end of the meeting. But thanks again for bringing this forward.
Just Councillor Armour, just to look at some of the other parks in the area, are we considered outside the town boundary? Because I look at other parks such as Glenwood, for example, which is further out than we are in distance wise, and it has a full playground, swing sets, things for the kids. Is it our location why it's never been utilized?
I really can't answer. I think that'd be more of a question for parks, and maybe because there was an older population living in the area, and the fact that a lot of people there already have waterfront that they utilize, that maybe it just wasn't on our radar at that time. So I think that's something we just have to look at in the history to see why.
Colleen, do you have any history on how the different subdivision parks are selected, or anything about Thailand not having any kind of a playground?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So my understanding is that part of the reason that particular lot was reserved as municipally owned is because of the underground infrastructure. Below grade, there's a major stormwater facility. So that's part of the reason that that was retained. I'm not exactly sure what year it was obtained by the municipality, that lot, or the original subdivision. But not to say we couldn't do something in the future with it. I just don't think there has been a request for, and we always have to keep in mind that should something go wrong with that storm scepter that's been below grade, we would have to dig it up. So that's a major consideration for anything that would be installed.
Thanks, Colleen. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks, gentlemen, for your presentation. I guess I see this as a little bit different than the conversation we had on Monday night, because this is town parkland. And I think it's incumbent on us, just like the town docks right in town, that this is something that we should do ourselves and install and of course cover liability. Glenn and John, I forget who made it, but you made a good point about the play structure in Glenwood. I mean, it's very similar. It's something that we didn't ask the community to put together and maintain. I think it's on our dime, and I think it's I can't picture the property in my mind. It'd be helpful to look at a map at some point, but I fully agree that this is a town park, important for the public to have access. And I wouldn't put this on the local residents to do anything with. I think this is part of our inventory and something that we need to get up to snuff for the residents of this municipality. I think this is one of the reasons of many that we exist. Thanks.
And Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, Councillor Withy said what I was going to say. I just wanted to commend John and Glenn for coming forward. I think it's a wonderful initiative and absolutely right. It pulls neighbors together. You already are in working on this and trying to move it forward. So everything about it says we should get on this. It's if the initiative is there and the community would like to move and be part of it, then that's just awesome. So thank you for coming forward with this.
Nancy?
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Withy. I mean, it is our property, and I think it's our responsibility to do something. We do want our communities to have water access. I'm a firm believer in water access. I mean, and then again, it's not just limited to the people who live on Echo Bay. It's public. So if somebody's picking up their kids at Riverside and wants to go for a little picnic after, they can just scoot around the corner and be able to use the property.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, thank you, John and Glenn, for your presentation. A little later in our agenda tonight, or today, I should say, we have a waterfront development strategy discussion. So your timing is right on, and so as we go forward, this would definitely be part of that whole discussion, I would expect. So anyway, yeah, thank you for that.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just one more thing. I know a couple of years ago we did look at that park and installing a dock, and I know there's some AODA requirements for accessing the water that we had to look at, and I know that Colleen did look at it. But with road construction, we did put it off for the time being. But I think this is part of the community services master plan that are looking at the needs for additional parks and playgrounds, et cetera. So I think it's something we can look forward to. Thanks again.
And I also really think, Dan, in the sort of what we're going through now with the lockdown and the COVID situation, which, doesn't appear to be, it's going to be with us for a while. So to get people, outdoors and being active, I think it's the perfect timing.
And I just wanted to add one thing I forgot to say earlier. I said one thing about this particular park, where it's located, being that Echo Bay is on a dead-end street. The traffic flow is very small. Usually it's just the folks that live down that street. So I think it provides an extra level of safety for families in the neighborhoods to be able to come and use that with their kids and bike ride and utilize balls that may roll out in the road. You're not going to be worried about so much worried about the traffic and so on and so forth. So just that safety portion, I think, is an important piece to point out.
Okay, I want to thank both of you gentlemen for coming today. And I think we have the item on the agenda later on, and I suspect at that point we will direct staff to come back with something that addresses the issues that you've raised today. As Councillor Thompson pointed out, we are looking at a waterfront strategy, and we're also doing a community master plan. So between the Parks Department and the Recreation Department, we'll figure out where this falls, and we'll get some answers and some kind of a plan for what we can do going forward, and we'll be sure to let you know as soon as we get that. We may end up with a report coming back in about a month or so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Okay, our second deputation is Kevin Farley with the Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Club. Kevin, are you with us? There you are. And Kevin, I think you have a slideshow, don't you?
I do.
Okay,
I'm sharing that.
welcome, and you go ahead whenever you're ready.
There we go. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors, guests, for having us today. Sorry, let me just move this out of the way. There we go.
Kevin, we can't hear you.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm Kevin Farley, and I represent the Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Club. I also operate Fluent Disc Sport, a disc golf course design and installation firm. We last presented to council a couple of years ago to help grow awareness of our club, our activities, and our goals. In short, disc golf is a year-round, low-impact, ecologically sensitive, and sustainable sport. We are an inclusive, family-friendly sport that promotes outdoor activity and good mental health. We are economical for both players and for towns, and we're COVID safe, naturally maintaining minimum distances, and we're often played in small groups. For those reasons, disc golf has experienced year-over-year growth of 50% from 2015 to 2019, and due to the last point regarding COVID, in particular, in 2020, we experienced a 200% growth. Despite that, Ontario is still in its infancy with regard to course infrastructure. As a club, we've had great success establishing ourselves and growing our player base. A couple of highlights from the list here are that last season, we were able to run 4 different leagues on 3 nights a week and hosted hundreds of player rounds. That included a women's league. That was played both between Huntsville's course and the course in Bracebridge. Our temporary 6-hole disc golf course that we set up in Rivermill Park for Huntsville Winterfest was a huge hit, having hosted more than 250 people with an overwhelmingly positive response. While we have a long-term plan with big goals, including youth programs, tournament development, and hosting championship events, each phase builds on the previous, and so our focus today is on year 1. Our year 1 goals are to reorient Evergreen Fields layout to address yearly flooding and safety concerns, install proper tee pads and signage for accessibility and ease of navigation, replace current baskets with removable tournament-ready baskets, and redistribute our existing baskets to Huntsville parks to expose the sport to more residents and provide practice spaces. We can also use any that aren't repositioned to help subsidize the work that we're going to be asking about today. Why are we asking for these? We realize that funding is a two-way street, and since the town has no, oh, sorry, I skipped it. The two resolutions we're asking for today are for the town of Huntsville to adopt a formal fee structure as proposed for disc golf tournament and league use of town disc golf facilities and resources. Currently, that doesn't exist in the current fee structure. For the town, and the second is for the town of Huntsville to fund the repair, revitalization, and reorientation of Evergreen Fields disc golf course at the Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex in partnership with the Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Club to address the immediate safety concerns, annual flooding, and to upgrade the course to enable hosting of PDGA sanctioned tournaments. I'll address the third point a little later. So why are we asking for these? We realize that the funding is a two-way street, and since the town has no current fee structure for disc golf or for use of Evergreen Fields, we are proposing one so that we can begin to support the cost of maintaining it. Options that we're presenting here have had some review. We had discussions with Ms. Babineau at Community Services and Colleen McDonald in the past. So these are obviously an example of what we could move forward with, but we definitely look forward to input from council or the departments on whether they work or not. So Evergreen Fields today, our course was installed 14 years ago, and other than cutting grass and the occasional fallen tree, has required little to no maintenance. Unfortunately, over the past few years, several once small issues have now become large issues and need attention. Currently, we experience annual flooding, which prevents play on holes 6, 9, 10, and 11 for between 2 and 4 months of the year. If you're looking at the map, that's on the right-hand side in a bit of that open clearing that's kind of towards the right corner there. You can see a number of purple stars that all represent the holes that are affected by this. Errant throws on holes 3, 17, and 18 often land in the baseball diamonds, south soccer pitch, or near spectators on the grass berm during games. So that's the two holes that are between the baseball diamonds on the left side of the screen, and hole 3 runs across the south soccer pitch, the south side of it, with the berm being what we're actually throwing across. In the 14 years, our signage has deteriorated. We have little information and no safety warnings for new visiting players trying to navigate the facility. It's very difficult to reliably organize an event or tournament due to the unpredictable course conditions. And that has nothing to do with the maintenance of the course. The town has done a wonderful job. We've formed a great relationship over the past couple of years. Grass cutting has been wonderful, clearing of trees timely, but unfortunately, due to the flooding and the other issues that we're facing, it's too unpredictable for us to be able to actually plan an event here. Last is that for those same reasons, a number of our baskets need to be repaired or relocated. These problems present us with an opportunity. We've identified a new route that not only allows us to adopt the flood-prone area as a naturalized feature of the course, but we can simply expand to use more of the areas we already utilize while pulling back from areas inhabited by other sports. This both mitigates the safety concerns and makes the sport more accessible to a much broader audience, and brings the facility up to the level needed for hosting tournaments, all while adapting to climate and land changes. We've prepared a construction budget, which you should have also received. We estimate a total project cost of between $75,000 and $80,000 plus taxes, completed in 2 phases, with the first being our most immediate needs, and the second relating to course upgrades and amenities. Today, we are only making a request for funding and support from the town for phase 1. We intend on fundraising and making an application to the Accommodation Tax Fund to help us achieve our phase 2 goals. We propose in phase 1 that the club will cover the cost of course redesign, signage design, and related, as well as all labor to install the baskets and signage. We estimate that to be about $14,500 plus taxes. The town, we ask, will cover costs or supply staff, equipment, and materials for the remaining components. A rough value of about $33,500 plus taxes. Now, a portion of the town component can be supplied in kind, such as the use of town-owned equipment rather than having to rent equipment to bring in, which can substantially bring down the cost that we're asking for from the town. The town components are comprised of basically replacing the baskets, some minor grading work around that flood-prone area, installation of gravel T-pads, clearing of some of the new holes. However, again, a lot of that work might be able to be offset by volunteer labor from within our club. We're more than happy to put our member volunteer hours towards this project. And being that Evergreen is my home club, my company, Fluent Design, is donating all of the course design, flagging, and staking, and signage design work, a little over $12,000 of the club's contribution to this. My background is also in marketing and tourism, so I have lots of experience designing this kind of stuff. In order to reach our long-term goal of playing host to championship level events, we need a minimum of 2 courses and to provide a large enough in order to provide a large enough field and in relatively close proximity for logistical reasons. After participating in the stakeholders review at McCully 2 years ago and facing the prospect of having to relocate due to the expansion plans for soccer and curling, we developed a plan for a course we call Heritage Hills, which would be presenting during the Community Services Master Plan review. Our plan would see the creation of a second disc golf course with a living history theme. It would link together and protect 3 of Huntsville's downtown green spaces and create a new active attraction for both residents and tourists. At the same time, providing a home for future championship events, bringing the events and players closer to downtown businesses. For instance, the Ontario Provincial Disc Golf Championships recently registered 230 players, with the largest and most popular division selling out in less than 2 minutes. Currently, it also has a waiting list of 86 players, and they have plans to expand the event as the result of that. The story is the same across the province. South River experienced the same kind of sellout. I believe the entire tournament sold out in under 15 minutes. And we're seeing the same thing happen at every other local tournament. The special thing about the Ontario Provincial Championships is that 90% of the players are traveling more than 4 or 5 hours to attend that event. Disc golfers in general, particularly for tournaments, will travel long distances, and this is backed up by hard data. As I wrap this up, I'd like to point out that an investment in disc golf helps satisfy 30 different items in the Huntsville Strategic Plan. Things like increasing hosting of events, increasing facility use, both revenue and number of events, developing community partnerships for recreation, and promote long-term strategies for healthy and active living in Huntsville. Ironically, just because disc golf is an affordable and economical solution, it doesn't mean that it can't be a primary driver for tourism and economic development. In closing, our sport is active, inclusive, safe, and affordable. I hope that you'll please help us make it a part of our future in Huntsville.
Thanks, Kevin. We'll get council back on the screen here in a second. You can just stop sharing your screen.
I'm just trying to do that now. Shoot, sorry. There we go.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Thanks for that. Okay, I'm going to see if there's questions from council. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. I read it last night, and I got actually very excited about your proposed new course and the whole heritage component. That was pretty cool. I do have a question. I don't play frisbee disc golf. What is the average age of the players involved? I just, because I'm kind of ignorant on it. So
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We actually have a very, very broad demographic. For instance, the Ontario Provincial Championships right now has divisions open, which have sold out for Masters 50 and older, 40 and older. I think they're almost sold out in the 60 and older. There are actually divisions at many lesser competitive tournaments that include divisions for 70 and 80 plus age ranges. And then the junior tournaments, they start at 6 and under and go up from there. So my 9-year-old son is already competing. He just got his first sponsorship this year, and will be representing a local store that sells disc golf equipment at the provincials, at South Rivers Blackfly Fling, at the Bracebridge Dads of Muskoka tournament, and so on. So we have a very, very broad cross section of our community.
thanks for the response. That's really informative. Thank you.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for this presentation. I have to admit, I'm pretty much in the dark about this stuff. Couple of questions. How big is your local membership currently?
So that was a question we got asked a couple of years ago, and it was very hard to actually determine that. So over the last 2 years, not only have we formed our board of directors, but we've also tried to identify the size of our community right now. So one of our biggest indicators is we went from roughly about 40 people following the course on Facebook in our club's group to currently over 130, and that's the growth in that is accelerating. One of the other indicators that we have is the participation in our league events that we had last year. And so now admittedly, while a lot of those are repeat players, there were over the course of the, I think about 10 weeks that we ran those leagues, there were an average of say 10 to 15 players at each of the different league events on those 4 events 3 nights a week. So we estimate that at least several hundred player rounds. So now that's the active community that participates online and in our leagues, in our tournaments. But there's also a very large contingent of people that are really just recreational players that are out there. So any given day of the week that we go out and play. And just to give you an idea, this is a year-round sport. So we play all through the winter. Trails were packed down by snowmobile early in the season. So even during the winter, when I would go out and play with my son, we would see at least 2 or 3 other groups or foursomes out there playing rounds. So any given day of the week, there are lots of people out on the course using it.
So if I may, I mean, I can't, when you say social media, that to me doesn't mean anything. Do you have a membership that I'm surprised you don't have a membership number that you have people signed up to your group. To be asking for this, generally groups come to us like soccer clubs and they have numbers saying this is where we're at, this is where we're going to go. That has me concerned about the ask for people that are just playing. And the other question, and then I'll let you go for as far as I know, my questions, your proposed Heritage Hills course, I'm a little concerned with because no fewer than 3 times are you crossing a road. And I'm not sure that that's very safe for people to be driving along and all of a sudden a Frisbee comes skipping off the hood of their car. So I think you might want to reimagine that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Withey. So to address your first question regarding our numbers. So 2 years ago, because we were still essentially forming up our group and trying to identify those members, we didn't want to place a barrier to people participating in our stuff by charging them a fee up front to be able to come out to events. So for instance, our league events, any new players that came out to their first league event were allowed to play at no cost, where other players had to pay their $5 league fee to come out that night. The last 2 years has really been about our group development and trying to introduce players to the sport. So we've done clinics at the local schools. We have done clinics out on the fields with professionals, traveling professionals who've come to the area. So really, so far, our efforts have been for developing our player base. Unfortunately, because of the condition of the course, it's very hard for us to charge a membership for people to play on a course that is currently 20%, 25% unplayable through the course of our regular playing season. So in order for us to be able to develop that kind of fixed membership where we do have a yearly membership due, which is definitely on our short list of goals, we kind of need the facility to be able to support that. So right now we've definitely got our community coming out, but the general feedback is it's difficult to navigate the course, particularly with no signage. Again, you know, the 4 holes that we can't play through most of the summer, starting about now, the ice, we've been able to play through the winter on those holes up until now, but now that the ice has melted, it's essentially turned into a lake and a green space. So we no longer essentially have use of those holes for who knows how long at this point. So I do hear you regarding membership, and it is, like I said, on our short list. With regard to your second question, and I'm sorry, can you remind me what the second question was?
It was about your proposed Heritage Hills course and how.
I'm sorry, the safety crossing.
3 holes cross a road.
So definitely that is recognized. So there are, and I can get into this in more detail, but essentially the course, because it's a championship level course, in order to kind of meet the needs of a championship level course, there are essentially distances that we need to reach. It is an interesting area. There's about 35 acres that we are kind of sitting ourselves on there. But the course is made up of 2 tee pads, with the general playing public playing from all short tee pads that do not cross roads. And obviously, this has been something that I've been working on for a little more than 2 years now. I've had conversations with Councillor Stone, with Mr. Hernan, Ms. McDonald, originally Carrie Lamb, and more recently Simone Babineau. We've had lots of conversations about this particular growth for the club and opportunity for the town. And there will continue to be lots of discussions about that to find the right fit for this course for that property. The longer holes are very likely only in a championship type situation, where we would have certain other safety measures in place if we are crossing those roads. Where we do cross the roads, again, just to give you guys an idea of the length that we are throwing here when we get into professional level disc golf. I'm just recently into the pro level myself, and with a driver, you know, if you're not familiar, we do carry putters, mid-range, fairway drivers, and long distance drivers. I am tossing a driver over 400 feet these days. So the 70-foot gap that we're talking about at Forbes Hill Drive is really more just something in somebody's mind, particularly when playing from our long tees. So to address your concern, we definitely would re-examine the idea of whether we cross roads in any situation or not. And during events when we might consider the use of that, there would be safety concerns addressed in whatever way we can.
If I may, Your Worship, the problem is, if you, just like in golf courses, if you set up tee decks, people are going to use them. I'll sometimes hit from the tips, and I'm not in any way capable of doing that. Doesn't stop me from trying. So anyway, I'll just leave that at that.
That's fair enough. One point to address that, with the signage that we design, one of the safety signs will definitely, we have a rating system similar to a handicap system in golf. I come from a golf background myself, so I do recognize what you're talking about. The tees will have substantial signage with regard to what kind of player level should be playing from that particular spot. In that case, the long tees on this course should be played only by players with a rating of 950 in our system, where your average advanced player has a rating of 850 to 900 and up from there. So there will be substantial signage. In that case, again, we can definitely look at realigning some of those holes to make sure that we are addressing those kinds of safety concerns. The proposal here is by no means concrete. We can certainly adjust that, and we've also only done, I've spent a lot of time on those properties, walking the properties and identifying the fairways and spray patterns for where we can deal with those kinds of safety issues. So a lot of thought has gone into it so far, but we're more than happy to work with the town to adapt the course to be as safe as possible.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep it quick. Kevin, I like the fee structure that you've come up with. I also like, I would admit that the current course does get flooded. There's no doubt that there's basically a marsh there that would create it unplayable. To the idea of the club, I think council should think more of this in terms of something like maybe a walking club. It would be tough to organize a walking club and have a membership and have paid dues, because at this point, at this level, the disc golf is a little bit more like a casual interaction that people can just go out on their own time. They can walk the course, they can toss at any given time. So it'd be tough. I can see the challenge with actually having a full, membership driven concrete at this time. Although given the way it's growing, I think it's going to be possible. I don't think you'll have trouble in the future with the MAT tax with that group in terms of tourism. I think they'd be really game for attracting this demographic and these types of players. And lastly, my question is going to be, what's involved with the tee pads? Because you mentioned laying down gravel, but also that would be something that would need a lot of maintenance. So I'm wondering if you can describe what the process would be for new tee pads.
Sure thing. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe, for your questions. So the tee pads themselves, the way that we have proposed it here is kind of a two-phased approach to the tee pads. So a traditional tee pad begins with the size of the tee pads will vary slightly, but on average, we're talking about a 5 foot by 10 foot footprint for a tee pad. On the longer tees, that can go smaller on shorter tee pads or the shorter tees because there isn't quite as much footwork involved for the shorter holes. Longer tee pads may be a bit larger, but the average is about 5 foot by 10 foot. The hole itself that we build to minimize the amount of maintenance that these require is a 6-inch deep hole that would be filled with first we would install a surround of pressure treated wood, 2x6 pressure treated wood that would create a barrier around the outside to hold the tee together. We would fill the bottom 4 inches of that with gravel to provide drainage, sand to fill that in to help with heaving, but essentially good drainage under every tee. And then, so during the first phase, we would actually fill the entire 6 inches with gravel, and that would allow us to get at least a level and safe throwing platform for every tee, because currently right now we are throwing from what we call natural tees or essentially ground. So right now we're tripping on tree limbs, tree roots, uneven ground. Some of them are on angles, so it's not a terribly safe throwing area right now, but it's what we've dealt with for years. So the locals are used to it, but in order to be able to attract youth and elderly players, we need a more consistent flat throwing area. So that's what the gravel would give us right off the bat. Our second phase, which involves upgrading our tee pads, there are actually a half dozen different types of tee surfaces that clubs in North America use. Those range from, you can actually use equestrian rubber matting that also provides that. There are pros and cons to that. Those can get slippery during wet weather, particularly for tournament play when we're doing a lot of footwork. Concrete is the most popular and definitely best longevity. We can also use patio pavers. I believe right now I've budgeted for patio pavers that are about half the cost or less of doing concrete. But essentially all of those would mean all we need to do is scrape about the top 2 inches of the gravel out of the existing tee pads that would go in during the first phase. And it's a very easy upgrade. Patio pavers would literally just be, leveling the gravel and laying the pavers within the pre-designed space for their size. Same thing for rubber matting if we were to do that. Same thing for concrete. So the other nice thing about these, and this came back, Mr. Hernan brought up a very good point 2 years ago during the stakeholders review at McCully with regard to the potential that we might have to reorient the course to be able to get out of the way for a new soccer pitch or potentially the curling. I've also seen the sidewalk master plan and missing links. And so I know that certain parts of the course that we're still even looking at using today might have to be make way or at least accommodate sidewalks coming through the area. So our sport, the infrastructure for our sport is very lightweight. Literally, it's just a basket at one end of the hole and these small gravel pits at the other end of the hole, and all of which can be easily moved. Reorienting our holes to adjust over time is something that our sport is used to. It's essentially part of the life cycle of a course. So dealing with, we've had 3 trees fall down that were literally in the center of holes on Evergreen Fields. I know Colleen could speak to this because her staff have been clearing them for us. But those 3 trees were major components of the holes that we would play and have made those holes almost essentially gimmies at this point. So we have our realignment takes that into account, and with very small changes to some of those holes, we've been able to re-add some new challenge to the layout, and so we're more than happy to move things around should things change, and the infrastructure allows for that.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Armour, did you still have a question?
No, thank you, Worship. Councillor Weed followed up. Thanks.
Okay, great. Kevin, thank you so much for your presentation. I think you've got 2 serious concerns for us to address, which we will be talking about it later in the meeting. One is the existing course that is within our McCully-Robertson ballpark, and if it's in need of some tender loving care, then I think probably we can look at a plan to do that. And the future course is something that I hope the Director Babineau will have you on the list to talk to our consultants about that. So
she already has added us to that list, I believe. So we are on the docket to discuss that.
Perfect. That's great. So thank you again so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors and guests, for the time.
Okay. All right, Council. Our third deputation is Nancy Wenger from the Nutty Chocolatier. Nancy, are you still with us? Yes, there you are.
Good morning, Mayor Terziano and councillors. My vision for the summer is I would like to put a satellite Nutty Chocolatier in Rivermill Park. I'd like to put a candy kiosk there just for this summer, maybe 5 months, right through till Thanksgiving. And I would like to offer my wares to the people in Rivermill Park. I am concerned with the lack of sidewalks and pedestrian traffic at my front door and not having a back door to come through. And of course, COVID, I'm very limited in my customers that can be in the store. So I'd like to have a satellite location outside so I can entertain and respond to many more customers in Rivermill Park.
Okay, and I think Morgan from the BIA is here to add something to this presentation.
Yes. Hi, sorry. Okay.
I'm kind of an echo going there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. I just wanted to add in that Nancy did come to the BIA board, and our board is in support of this initiative for this summer. I've also reached out to other businesses to see if anyone else would be interested in setting up a kind of permanent booth like the Kent Park booth in Rivermill Park. And currently I do have 2 others who are interested. Same reasoning that Nancy is saying. They would like a satellite location just because of where they're located. So that is Soapstones and Mellow Moose. So we're looking for direction on how this would look in Rivermill Park through your staff. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm not sure if Nancy wants to add anything else.
Nancy?
You should be good.
Should I go ahead?
Yep.
Mayor Terziano? Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, so as I say, like I'd like to set up a candy kiosk, let's put it that way. I think it would bring some activity to the park and help with the park with activity. I spoke with Dan Watson and he feels it would complement what he would like to do in the park this summer. Again, the outdoor space, pleasing lots of walkers through the park and interaction with people in the park. It also, people aren't going to forget the Nutty, but I don't want them to overlook the Nutty this summer. Last summer was a struggle. I hate to keep repeating that. It was a struggle. And I just want to have my face out there and I want to have that interaction with my customers. And I'm really worried that they're going to get to the top of the construction site area, the top of the street or the bridge side and say, I don't want to bother. I'm not doing it. But I really believe they'll come into Rivermill Park and be happy to see us.
Okay. We're going to go to questions, so don't go away. Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Your Worship. This isn't so much a question for the people that are presenting, it's more a question for our staff. I think that I don't know what strategy we have in place for this because I can see this growing as the streetscape hurts businesses. They're going to want to relocate Main Street into Riverleigh Park. So we need an orderly plan to do this. Don't know what's on the books. Not against this proposal, obviously, but we got to have this plan so it makes sense and we give everybody a chance to do what they want to do over there. So that's more a question for staff if we have this underfoot here. Thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just when you say kiosk, are you thinking like a machine or are you thinking like setting up like a farmer's market 7 days a week from 8 till 5. Is that what you're considering?
Yes. So temporary for this year, permanent for the year. I would like to have a structure, not a tarp, not something I tear down every night. I would like to have a small structure, pleasing structure that I could lock up at the end of the night and walk away from. I would like to do it 7 days a week, as I run Nutty 7 days a week. Maybe from 11 or 12 lunchtime till 9 o'clock at night, something like that. It would very much coincide with my hours that I presently work at Nutty, but shortened a little bit in the evening and a little bit in the morning, but definitely 7 days a week.
Councillor Stolen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to do everything we possibly can to help businesses downtown this year, given the streetscape or Main Street's construction and the pandemic. Anything we can do to help is really important. One of my concerns with doing these one-ofs is that you might have a very nice structure, and then another business that can't afford to build that nice structure puts up some tents. It looks like Tent City down there, and I don't think anybody wants that. If this was a BIA initiative that they say, we're going to build these 6 or 7 structures and let businesses fill them, I think it could be very presentable, and I think that would be a great way to go. And maybe we can help fund that, but doing these one-offs, I think is problematic.
Morgan, just before I go to the next question, you mentioned there were 2 other businesses interested. I missed who you said they were.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the 2 businesses that are currently interested are Soapstones and Mellow Moose. And I have had a lot of conversations with other businesses, and Nancy and I said, once this happens and once there's some action in River Mill Park, that might change. But I haven't heard too much in terms of other businesses. But I have heard great support, particularly with Nancy coming to our board. Everybody's been following up with it. So I would be curious, like Bob said, and Tim, how many businesses will jump on board. But right now it's 3 who are seriously interested.
Thanks. Councillor Weeb, I think you were next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you tell me, I guess this might be a staff question, when construction will be past that point on Main Street and the sidewalks will be clear?
Steve, are you there?
Yes, through you, Mayor Terziano. The first stage of construction is slated to be completed the end of May, which is basically Burnell to the Swing Bridge. When that section is open, then the next phase gets closed down, if you will, which is basically from Burnell up to Center, which will be throughout the summer months. Basically, we cross Center Street come September 1 is the concept. Hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Whitby?
Thank you. I guess I wasn't clear when I spoke before. I was actually asking staff if we have a plan for this, and if we don't, I think we need one. We can't just, I appreciate where Nancy's coming from, but if we keep getting hit with these one-offs without a plan, we're going to get into some trouble here. So we got Director Hernan, Colleen, whoever. Do we have a plan? Can somebody please answer?
We this is on our agenda later, Tim, or sorry, Councillor Whitby. This will come up later, our discussion at the staff level. This is just the deputation. So if there's any other questions for the deputation, now's the time. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Nancy and Morgan. I realize there's a discussion later, so I'll hold back. I just wanted to say I actually, I agree with Councillor Withey, there should be a plan. But I'm very supportive of the idea of almost the market type atmosphere. And so if Nancy is the first out the door, I'm sure you do a really good job at making the kiosk look great and very market-esque. There really isn't a better time than doing something like this, especially because of the construction on Main. And I think there'd be a lot of people that would really gravitate to having a kiosk and potentially a number. I agree with Councillor Withey, though. We do need to have a plan, so they're ideally placed and things aren't being blocked. But in general, thank you for coming forward. I think it's a great idea.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Morgan, I would say, I guess not so much a question, but right now currently west to center is not closed off. So those businesses aren't seeing, less access. So after May 1st, as Director Hernan said, do you anticipate maybe those businesses wanting to jump on board when their access is a little more closed off?
Morgan?
Yes, I do anticipate that. And like Councillor Withey is saying, the plan of how many can the park fit and how consistent they look. And if, I'm talking to Scott about the CIP plan and funding. So there are a lot of things that need to be worked out. But, my guess is maybe like 6 business, up to 6 or 4, depending on the placement in the park. But I do anticipate, in conversation with businesses, a lot of them do find it challenging to bring their wares down to a park. They have a lot of stock. They have, things that they can't just kind of bring down there. Whereas kind of Nancy and Soapstones really have a market that they can do that with. So in my head, I'm not anticipating too many just based on what we sell downtown. But I am anticipating, between 4 and 6. When the construction moves up the road.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Worship. So a question to our presenters. I sort of missed it, but would these structures be permanent in the sense that we would come next year, try and figure out who would qualify to occupy these spaces, or would they be completely removed and the park would be just the way it was prior to this?
So I think the vision is, I keep referring it to kind of the Kent Park booth. So that is the vision of what this would look like. We are just proposing that this is 1 year and those be removed at the end of this year, more as a survival mechanism for this year. But I think that would be up for discussion with you guys and town staff, how we envision this moving forward. But the idea is this is a booth like Kent Park, 10 by 10, that has a door that's lockable. And it's just for this season, and where those go, if, like Bob said, if it's more of a BIA-led initiative versus business owners owning them and then moving them and selling them, that would have to be discussed and talked about. But yes, permanent structures for this season that ideally are removed if that's the direction.
Okay, thank you both ladies. As I said earlier, it comes up for discussion at towards the end of our agenda, and hopefully that's all the questions we have for you for now.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, our final deputation, and thank you for waiting, Ben Jardine and Claude Doughty, and the realignment of Shea Road.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council, staff. My name is Ben Jardine. I'm here this morning representing Sanford Investment Corp. And I'm here to speak about lands we refer to as the Paisley Center. So I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, it's great.
Thank you. So this property, we refer to it as the Paisley Center. It's located on the southeast side of Haynes Road, between Center Street North and Highway 60. It's approximately 83 acres, and it was acquired by Sanford a couple of years ago. In preparation for future development, we've contacted town operations staff for permission to close and eventually realign Shea Road where it connects to Haynes Road near the Highway 60 intersection. The MTO has for a very long time expressed concern about the proximity of Haynes Road, Ott Drive, and Shea Road intersections to Highway 60. They have for a long time restricted new entrances off of Haynes Road as a result of their concerns, and have actually stipulated road improvements, public road improvements, when reviewing development proposals for the area. For example, when the new Huntsville Beer Store was built, it was the MTO that mandated the turning lane on Haynes Road to Ott Drive. So knowing that Shea Road is a particular concern to the MTO as it is, Sanford proposes to construct a new public road through its property shown on the attached aerial photo in gray. The new public road would eventually be realigned and extended through to Shea Road. And similarly, we would continue Ott Drive from Haynes Road to Shea Road, to the new Shea Road. So the new public road would provide connectivity between Shea Road and Center Street North and Ott Drive that is not impactful to Haynes Road or Highway 60. The proposed new public road would help to distinguish or transition the commercial and industrial sectors along Haynes from the current and future residential developments to the south. The proposed route is well matched to the lay of the land and would really follow the natural gentle gradient of the land. And so with committee's approval and through staff's presentation and report following later, we are seeking permission to close Shea Road, the intersection at Highway 60 at this point. Any questions, please, and thank you.
Thanks, Ben. If you'll just stop sharing your screen.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. Okay, questions, Council. Councilor Withey, yours was the first hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is a great idea. I think it would alleviate, as Mr. Jardine said, the issues with Shea Road and Highway 60. Wondering on your diagram, the Shea Road goes right across and then dips down. And I guess I don't need to see it, but I'm assuming that would carry on to service the future residential areas down there. But just saying that, I think this is a great idea and I'm certainly supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Ben, for the presentation. Just a quick question. I support it as well. In realigning the road, then that kind of not frees up, but the land use at the easternmost portion of the property. At one point, I thought there was a proposal for a multi-residential at that easternmost portion, and I'm wondering if that's still the same or if I'm remembering incorrectly. If the realignment has any bearing on what the proposed land use is for that section.
Thank you, Councillor Alcock. That land that you're referring to, essentially the land that was northeast of currently Shea Road, is also owned by Sanford, and so there's no current proposal on the table for that. It's our intention that land would naturally merge to Sanford's other properties once the Shea Road intersection is closed. There is considerable work involved with the MTO to have the easements and the roadways dealt with in a legal perspective, but that would be the intention, that it would merge.
Thanks for that, Ben.
Thank you.
Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Ben and Claude. And a couple of questions I have. Number one, first of all, I like the distance from Haynes Road to the proposed new entrance, which would be close to 140 meters. So I think that's a good safety feature in that regard. Second question I have is with regards to egressing the new Shea Road for traffic into town. Are we looking at a cutout on the boulevard that would allow for ingress and egress from Shea Road at Haynes Road, Ben? And then I have another question after that, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Can you clarify the boulevard that you're speaking to? That's at Center Street North?
Yeah. Yes.
So that was a question.
About the,
sorry?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben, the Center Street.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, of course, we will work with town staff. The specific designs have not yet been realized, and I expect that town staff will speak more to this later on. We believe that a cut, or rather a reduction, is likely required to the median, but I'll defer that to town staff.
Second question, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Ben. And the last. Oh yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The last question I have is with regards to is this, and maybe Claude would be able to answer this more, but a number of years ago, Council was presented with a development by Eagle Ridge. It's called the Eagle Ridge development. Is this just a continuation of that? Same.
I'll jump in here. I thank you, Councillor Thompson. I don't believe that it is at this point. We're not here today with any specific proposals to actual land use. I can say that it's our intention to develop with the current zoning that is on the property. The northern portion, or rather southern, of Haynes Road is currently zoned commercial. That is the intention, but we have no specific designs at this point.
Councillor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. As we're aware, that's a pretty busy area up there with Legacy Lane, Center Street, and Mott Drive. Are you anticipating the need to put in these stoplights in one of those intersections to control traffic?
Thank you, Councillor Armour. Again, I will defer that to town staff to speak on. It certainly is something that has been discussed, I know, for a long time. And as developers, we would be more than happy to contribute to that. I know it's been discussed by town staff, and I'll defer to them whether or not it's required at this time.
Okay, I think I don't even have to say this will come up later in our agenda. It's coming up right now. So if Ben, if you and Claude want to hang around for a few minutes, and we'll do the staff report, and then if we have questions that cross the lines, we can do it all together. So Brandon, do you want to go ahead with your report now?
Absolutely. Through you, Your Worship, members of council, good morning. Yeah, so what Ben has essentially said is echoing in our report. From an operations standpoint, we do support the realignment of Shea Road intersection. One thing I want to point out is the closing of that intersection at Haynes Road. I think more so Shea Road section will be built and connect. So I don't think there's going to be a section of like Shea Road won't be a dead end street for a certain period of time. That extension from Center Street will be built, and then Shea Road will still be a full through road. To answer some of the questions regarding traffic signals, traffic movements, what happened? This has to go through the planning process. There's been previous traffic impact studies for developments that are done already, such as the beer store, Tamarack, those areas that do outline future impacts for future developments that are created. So this development will be subject to traffic impact study, stormwater management, pedestrian impact study, environmental, all of that stuff through the planning process, which will lay out what needs to be done. So that may determine any turn lanes on Center Street, any boulevard removals. It may trigger the set of stoplights at Haynes Road intersection and Center Street. So all of that is still yet to be determined. What we're looking for today is committee's approval on the concept, if you will, for the realignment, and then staff will be working with the developer to work out all those other details. But from a functionality standpoint and traffic management, it's a great opportunity to remove that intersection or realign that intersection away from the MTO's corridor. Excuse me, as it currently sits, any work done within the MTO corridor, whether for Shea Road, if operations staff were to upgrade it, we are still subject to work with the MTO as per their guidelines, and we all know that takes time. So this, we are in support of this, and yeah, so that's all I got to say for that.
Brandon, just quickly, I realize this resolution is just to go ahead and work through the process, but has there been any public consultation with the residents at the other end of Shea Road that are used to coming out onto Haynes there up by the highway?
Not at this point, not that I'm aware of.
All right, Council, I'm going to read the resolution, which I probably should have done before the report. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that committee approve the proposed realignment of the intersection of Shea Road at Haynes Road as attached to Corp OPS 2021-09, and further that staff be directed to work with the applicant through the normal planning process to enter into an agreement outlining the work to be completed by the developer and associated details. Questions, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Brendan, as part of your report, there were two reports from Wayne Simpson, and I looked at them both, and I couldn't really see the difference between the two of them. Is the one just not the completion of Ott Road connecting with the new Shea Road, or did I miss something there? I couldn't see the difference between the two plans. I wonder if you could differentiate that for me.
Absolutely. I'm just going to share my screen here for a second. So on this plan here shows the proposed Shea Road, Ott Drive, and connection to Shea Road. This is the proposal that you've seen from Ben Jardine. This one here is the original. So we've got connecting to Center Street, proposed road, proposed Ott Drive. And what it's showing here is the difference is this is the continuation of Shea Road as it sits today. We're just showing that it would be this portion here that would be closed and realigned that way. So that's the difference in the two.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Brandon, I guess. Yeah, so just to clarify, there's no firm decision. It could be a cutout at Center Street North, or it could just be a merge to go right and no left-hand turn, depending on what the traffic. I mean, it does get pretty busy when the 9 a.m. school rush or whatever, 8:30 school rush, you can get backed up all the way up that hill.
Absolutely. So the traffic impact study is going to look at offsite improvements. It's going to look on-site improvements. It's going to look at previous developments and the impact that this development would have with that intersection. So they will be conducting it off peak hours and peak hours as well. It'll be a scope traffic impact study, which will come back with recommendations for offsite works, which include Center Street at that intersection. So it could be a removal of the boulevard. I can't speak too much of it as we don't have those results today, but it could possibly be that.
No other questions? I'll call the question then. All in favor? And that carries. So thank you, Ben. Thank you, Claude.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now at the sidewalk master plan, and I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that the committee approve the sidewalk master plan dated March 10th, 2021, as attached to Ops Report 2021-10, and further that staff be directed to plan for the installation of missing linkage as identified in Report Ops 2021-10, including working with other agencies as required to obtain necessary approvals or permissions. And further that staff continue to look for funding opportunities to assist with capital cost and be directed to apply for any possible grants available. And further that missing sidewalk linkages as identified in Report Ops 2021-10 be added to the Public Works Capital Works Plan. Is this Brandon or Steve's report?
We're going to tag team a little bit on this. I'll let Brandon go into a full explanation, but just to give you some quick background, as you know, we brought forth the draft plan that we put out for public consultation. I can tell you we received more public consultation on this than any other report we've ever put up. We had 68 comments written in on it. A lot of good thought went into it. So Brandon's going to walk you through. There was some missing links that the public identified that we reevaluated and have added to the plan. And more importantly, I want you to understand that this is a working document that we intend to continuously update as development updates, as parks expand, as we find new traffic patterns for the public. And that's the way this whole concept was put together, as well as when we bring forth capital working plans in future years, the needs of this plan will be factored in with the storm sewer needs, with the reconstruction needs. So I'll let Brandon walk through the changes and talk to it and answer any questions. So Brandon.
Thanks, Steve, through your worship. So to start with a bit of background. So on General Committee, January 27th, we did propose a draft sidewalk master plan outlining the plan and our proposed steps. So the basis of this report is to report back on our next steps and the results of them. So staff, we posted an online community engagement survey for public consultation, January 27th to February 23rd. All comments that were received were reviewed by operations staff and considered in the design and layout of the final plan that we'll present today. We also created, and I'll walk you through it, but we also created an evaluation criteria. So taking everything we proposed in the master plan, put it into an evaluation, which helps align everything and give it a priority rating. So we can inline that with our capital asset management and our ongoing capital plans. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. And first thing I want to walk you through is some of the survey results. So in here again, want to just point out some of the highlights is, question 5, what is your primary mode of transportation? 87.5% was vehicle, 12.5% was by walking or bicycle. What is your primary reason for using the sidewalks? 72% was recreational/social, and 28 was for essential, which is work, school, shopping, healthcare. So 54 people provided comments, which has been summarized in the following. 7 people were neutral. 25 people agreed with the proposed plan. The proposed added crosswalk, including Yonge Street and Haynes Road, a missing link on Burnell Road from Town Line to Hillcrest, missing link on Yonge Street from Florence to Maine, and missing sidewalk on Muskoka Road 3, not including, or 3 North, including Frank Miller Drive to the hospital. All of those were in the draft sidewalk master plan. 12 people made suggestions for missing links to draft plan. So we have some comments in here as, for staff to look at. Although we recognize this, the physical construction design of Center Street Bridge, it does limit us to certain things that we can do there. So I'm not going to necessarily say that it's off the table, but it's something that's going to take further consideration. And again, staff will continue to review new proposed developments in the areas. Few things here that anonymous comments I think are very important to hear is accessibility is very important to our for our family. One of the reasons we choose to move here over other Muskoka towns was the accessible transit and pool availability. Please make sure there's full accessibility to all. Ensure it is all universal design that can be used by everyone. Wheelchairs, limited mobility, strollers, visual hearing impaired, etc. Another anonymous comment wrote, absolutely thrilled to hear the sidewalk network in Huntsville is being reviewed and improved. It is a must. I do a lot of walking with a stroller and I am continuously challenged to get to where I need to go. This is wonderful news. So that's a bit of the outline of public feedback. So I'm just going to show the map. Where I got it here. So again, this is essentially the same map that was proposed back in January. One things we did add was the missing link on Cora Street that was identified through the public engagement for, it was heavily used by students and parents. And again, we've included the crosswalk and missing links that were noted through the community engagement as well. So overall, this is this plan does meet the needs of the comments that were provided, as well as our studies and investigations and internal reviews. So again, this is the proposed final plan for sidewalks. So when that was created, we took the final sidewalk master plan and we dealt with how to prioritize it. So questions we asked ourselves, you know, what are we going to do first? What's most important? And what are those contributing factors? So we took that plan and created a ranking tool. So what you see here is this is built on the missing links so far. Everything in the master plan that is blue lined is missing links. So we've got roads to and from, the description as to what would be there, sidewalk be installed on one side, the material of sidewalk, and the length and the width. That justifies a cost. And what we did is took that and put it into road conditions. We rated on road conditions, known users, and used to access, which then provides us a priority rating. So for example, Brunel Road, Forbes Hill Drive to Hillcrest, that was in the community engagement comments, which was also put into the master plan. So three things you can rank them on is 8.5 meters or greater, 7 meters, and 6 meters of under. So it's all based on risk. We look at kilometers, 30 to 50 or over 50. Roadside hazards, you can look between low, medium, and high. So when we look at hazards, we're looking at how many intersections, high traffic, sight lines, hills, corners, all play a factor into that. And then traffic counts, anywhere 2,000 from 500 to 500 to 2,000 and above 2,000. We looked at seniors, adults, children under 16, and then used to access schools, churches, recreation, shopping, medical. They all carry weighted averages of points, which then provides a priority rating. So as we sit right now, all of those missing links were put into this spreadsheet, and this is the outcome of the priority ratings. So we can make this available if we need to see that. So that's kind of what we've done to rate it. So any new ones that come up can be incorporated into that template, and we can take that and it will reprioritize. So as Director Hurd had mentioned, is it being a working document, as things change, things might get a higher priority based on, oh, this development's happening now, or if there's a future request, it can be plugged in and we can see where that rating system hits. So with all of that said, we've created a policy, well, not policy, sorry, guidelines. And in these guidelines, it talks about our plans and what we look at for, this was previously shown, but we talk about the goals of the Town of Huntsville Sidewalk Master Plan. We talk about major sidewalks, minor sidewalks, multi-use paths, existing conditions, sidewalks and paths. So we talk a bit about major sidewalks. You know, it could be stuff like Brunel Road. Minor sidewalks are our secondary. So there are offshoot roads and multi-use pathways. So what we added to, in addition to what was presented on the 27th, we did add project costs and funding sources. So in here, you see the missing links, what we just showed on the rating template, as well as project prioritization also talks about how we created the rating template and on what things are rated with. And then we talk about crosswalks and the maintenance of our sidewalks and the regulations that we must follow. So again, this overall project, we're hoping to keep as a guideline and reference purposes only, and shall remain a working document in its entirety. So that's basically what we have today. And unless Director Hurden wants to add some more, I'm ready for questions.
I think the only thing I'd like to add is just on the rating system. Although you might find, as we've rated them, and there is no universal rating system, so it was we looked at roads needs studies and how they rate priority, and it's basically by hazards, and that's what we're looking at because of the pedestrian traffic. But even though something might have rated very high in our system, doesn't mean it'll be the first one done, because we now take this plan and we integrate it with our roads needs study, with our stormwater plans, and we're trying to knock them off in sections or what makes sense. So there's a section of town line which we know needs to be moved and realigned, but it's probably 6 years out. So that sidewalk might be bumped out 6 years until that's done. We know next year we have to redo Veterans Way because of some storm sewer issues. So although the sidewalks are there and they're not a high priority, they'd be picked up at that time just for economic reasons. And the beauty, as Brandon said, is as missing links are brought forth to council, if direction from council is to add a missing link, we simply plug it in here, do the rating system again, and see where it lies in the whole system moving forward.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Brandon and Steve, for the presentation. Just a quick comment. I really like the study. I really like the rating system and all of the rationale that went into it. My question is, when was the data collected for the development of the rating system, and was that something that staff did?
So through you, Mayor Terziano, yeah, we developed the rating system. So obviously the roads need study information that was just done gave us the traffic counts and things like that. But we developed that rating system because we were really stuck to try and figure out which one we prioritize. So we looked at the road hazard. Is it a fast road with lots of cars and narrow, and gave it different weights into that. And then we looked at, as Brandon indicated, who's using it. And is it a known travel route for seniors and that sort of thing? And then once again, we rated it the third time as to what they were using it to access, to provide more points. So if we had a high speed road, Yonge Street, narrow, which it is at the bottom, which is being used by school children and seniors to access the school and the beach and the recreation amenities, it received much more points than a missing link on Center Street. The top of Center Street, we have a missing link. Certainly important, but there's no road there. So it didn't receive as many points because there's not a lot of vehicle traffic. So yes, we have people walking down a pathway, but there's no cars near it. So it didn't receive as many points.
That's great response. If I may, just a quick follow-up on that. So I appreciate the road needs. So what data did you use for who's actually using the sidewalks? You have the differentiation between adults and seniors, and which is all really important information, and it's good information. So I was just curious when that was collected, that data.
So that was done through a lot of local knowledge, and we looked at the zonings and the neighborhoods, if you will. So we mapped out on the map all the senior residents, Legion Manor, Burnell Apartments, the Meadow Park Apartments, that sort of stuff, and a lot of discussions and viewing the public traveling. We did not physically sit on every intersection every day to count traffic like you'll do with a traffic count, but in speaking with our operational staff as to who do they see on the roads and when, and who do they see on the sidewalks. Our sidewalk crews were a great useful tool to tell us where the kids were walking every morning, because obviously they see it, they're out in the morning doing that. So we really looked at the zoning, we looked at the neighborhoods and who's accessing it, and we also looked at where they're going. And we went back to the survey where we recognized that about 85% of the people were using the sidewalks to access recreational locations. So we looked at the Avery Beach, and we looked at the trail system and realized the people that were accessing it and where are they coming from, and sort of put a weighting system to it, if that makes sense.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm hugely impressed with the metrics and the manner in which you put this together. This is wonderful. The whole process is going to increase the quality of life for all of the people of Huntsville. I was contacted by a constituent that asked the question, which I don't know the answer to. Heaving of the sidewalks is always been a problem with the frost. So his question was, why don't we put styrofoam underneath the sidewalks to stop the heaving?
I'll let Brandon speak to that, because we've talked about different materials and different things where we have known problems. Brandon, do you want to touch a bit on the different composite, the different materials?
Yeah, through your worship. Thanks for your question, Councillor Stone. There is a few, I'm going to say this, there's a few different ways that it can be done. Steve and I just recently had a discussion. Styrofoam would be a great asset where you can't achieve your certain depth. So for example, if a sidewalk is adjacent to the road and there's no separation between the sidewalk and road, when you do replace the sidewalk, ideally you would need to dig down at a certain depth below frost in order to build that back up. But you would pretty much undermine your road, which would cause future problems. So in that situation, styrofoam might be, could be a great resource to help stop that. Again, the freeze thaw that we have, it does play quite a major damage. So drainage, again, there's a lot of things. Putting in weepers, styrofoam definitely would absolutely help. Steve and I have had those discussions. When we put in costs for these under the sidewalk master plan, those are things that we will be looking at. Those will be things that we're going to try to include. And we're also working with consultants to find better ways to do stuff.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great report, Brandon and Steve. Really, really good. A couple of questions I have, and they all relate to Muskoka Road 3. And I think Director Herndon probably knows where I'm going to go with this one. But with regards to the proposed sidewalk, I think you had asphalt from Campus Trail to Homestead Lane. First question I have is, will that be an elevated, and are we looking at some kind of a curb, or is this just sort of an extension of what we have now type of thing with the I can't think of the name of the process we used to, but that we put in there. Anyway, will this be a raised asphalt sidewalk, or just an extension of Muskoka Road 3? Second part I have is, I noticed that there's no, unless I missed it, I didn't see a connection between Frank Miller Drive and Campus Trail on Muskoka Road 3.
Through you, Mayor Terziano. So there's certainly a need for a sidewalk on the side of Muskoka 3. Nobody's disputing that one. a lot of what's got to be done through there, especially around Earls Road, is road realignment. And we want to separate that sidewalk from the road with at least a median in between because of the high traffic area. That's a great example where we recognize the need, but we really need the district to partner with us on that. It's their road. We could go in and we could move their road with their permission, but we would be on the hook for the full cost. So that's a project that we're going to wait basically until the district is doing their road. They were talking a 10-year plan out. They're not ready to go yet. That road's still in good shape. But unless we are told otherwise by council to move forward on it quicker, we would not be moving forward on that one. We do have a couple developers talking up in that area, and we will continue to push that through the planning process. And that's the other thing this document has done for us. It's allowed us to identify our major links. So when a developer comes forth to planning to talk about a residential subdivision, you'll see us commenting more on pedestrian traffic. And we've started to ask for that. We always ask for traffic studies. We're now asking for pedestrian traffic studies. And where do they feel that their residents or where their development is going to draw pedestrians or where they're going to want to travel to, and how are we going to safely link them to it? So we think there's some opportunities to start to plug away at that Muskoka 3 missing linkage. And we think that there'll be some opportunities for some development funding to help with that moving forward. But the concept on Muskoka 3, because of the traffic that's on that, would be a separated sidewalk, raised, probably with a 2-meter grass buffer or something beside it, something like King William Street, if you will, to separate the vehicles and the pedestrians clearly. But unfortunately, we don't see that happening in the next 3 to 5 years at a minimum, unless we're directed by council to do otherwise. But that would really throw that cost out, because then we're going to be picking up a lot of the road realignment costs.
Okay.
Yes.
Brandon, you want to add something?
Subsequent, if I might, Your Worship. Yeah, if I might. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to talk with Mark Misko with regards to the 10-year plan, because we noticed that it was Muskoka Road 3 from Highway 60 to Golf Course Road was missing. That was not part of the 10-year going forward type of plan. Have you had a chance to talk to Mark since then to get some kind of an idea when that whole process might take place, or when a reconstruction of that portion of Muskoka Road 3 might take place, and then how that would impact on our sidewalk development going forward type thing? I haven't had that chance to talk with Mark, and I just wonder if you have.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, we have had some initial discussions. I think some of you are probably well aware there's some major residential development being talked about up off Earls Road, which could speed up some sewer and water upgrades, which could then force some realignments, not the entire road, but it could be the opportunity to start to work towards that. But we have not sat down to talk about a specific date, because there's so many planning files in the works, if you will, that we're aware of coming forth that we think are going to impact that whole area again. And at that stage is when we're going to start really asking for contributions to sidewalks and missing links. And now that we have a plan, we feel that we've got good grounds to speak with these developers and to the planning committee to explain why we feel that these missing links are important and sort of how the whole network will come together.
Okay. Just one quick half question. I love everything you've done, and I know you put a lot of work into it, and I'm thrilled about it. But with the rating systems, and I'll just go to one in particular, I noticed that it's rated high to put a missing link in on Main Street West between Paget Lane and Yonge Street. And that's okay, but there's a full sidewalk on the other side. So I would hope that the crosswalk at Yonge and Main and the missing sidewalks on Yonge would be higher priority than adding a second sidewalk. Would it be, or is the chart the way it's written now the way it would go?
So to answer the question, the way we've rated it is the way we've rated it. The way we build it will be a different matter. So we've identified the missing link on the south side that you've just indicated. We would not even consider that until a Main Street reconstruction, because there's got to be retaining walls moved. It just doesn't make sense. So the missing link from down Yonge Street and the crosswalk will solve the problem today. And it could actually change the rating on this if we've solved part of the problem with a safe crossing. we would not, even though if it rated 107 points versus 105, we wouldn't push that one forward because of the road reconstruction work that needs to go on. We've just identified it, and that would be taken into consideration when the road is rebuilt, to complete that sidewalk on the south side of Main. If you drive out Main, you'll see there's chunks of sidewalk, well, as you know, and there's missing chunks all the way along. It needs some road realignment. It needs some retaining wall work. That would be done when Main Street is rebuilt. When would that ever be? I don't even believe that one's in the 10-year forecast right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's why you guys are doing the work, because you know how to put it all together. Okay, you've heard the resolution. All in favor? Yeah, that looks like it carries. Thanks so much for that. That's a great report. I know a lot of work, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to see our community become more walkable. I am going to suggest a 10-minute break because I need one. So let's return at, let's see, it's 10:46, 10:56. Let's come back. Okay, I trust everybody had a good break. And we're ready to go. And Colleen, are you back with us? Yeah, perfect. Okay.
I am.
I have a resolution. Hang on, it's moved by Councillor Fitzgerald. I gotta wait for him to come back. You know what? He's been having technical difficulties, so I'm gonna change it to Councillor Schumacher. I have a resolution moved by Councillor,
I was seconding it, so I'll move it if someone else wants to second.
I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to proceed with a public consultation process to determine the future use of Clark Crescent Park. Colleen.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I am here today to share some information with all of you regarding our future plans for the Clark Crescent Park. So we have been talking about this for some time now, and we've had detailed discussions with both ward councillors, Councillor Schumacher as well as Councillor Fitzgerald. And the presentation I'm about to show you is within the agenda package, but I wanted to walk you through it. What we're seeking to do now is get public input on what the future use of that land will be and what amenities will be offered there. So we do have a survey prepared, and our folks in communications have helped us get all that ready for you, for the public to respond to. I've started out by showing an aerial photo of the general area, the village of Port Sydney, and where Clark Crescent property lays within that community. And then I've just shown a closer up slide of where the tennis courts are here on this portion of the property. So the purpose of the discussion today, as well as the purpose of the survey, is to determine what the community, the immediate community, and the community at large would like to see happen with this property. We do have some funds budgeted toward reaching that determination for this year. And the results of this survey will help us to determine what happens in the future. There's a link there for the survey page, and it comes up again later in the page. This presentation and information will also be shared via our ward councillors. They've agreed to assist us with reaching out to local social media groups, etc., to make sure we're reaching as many people as possible and get all the feedback. All this feedback will assist in the council and staff in prioritizing the future amenities that will be offered at this location. Currently, there are some limitations. None of them are limitations that can't be overcome, but they're current site conditions that I wanted to mention. Currently at the site, there isn't a power source, and currently at the site, there isn't a water source. I think both are in the general area, but not right at the location where the tennis courts are now. The aerial photo shows very clearly there are some large trees present. And one of the key decisions we have to deal with is whether the trees need to be impacted in order to consider new amenities. For example, the hard surface courts that are there today, there are many conflicting things that are happening related to the trees overshadowing the tennis courts. There's also minimal parking. There are a few spaces, and then there's, of course, on-street parking. So in this image, you can clearly see that there's dense shade along the south side of the tennis courts. there are large white pine trees around the perimeter of the courts. And so the trees not only cast a lot of needles each year, it's an annual normal process for any tree to shed. And so those land on the courts. Maybe the more harmful aspect though is the shade. The surface of the courts never really gets dried out because it doesn't get the sunlight or the air movement required. So it's an ongoing issue that we have to deal with. So, and just to really clarify the point, if we're going to have safe to use courts, the hard surface sports courts of any description at this location, we have to do some significant tree removals. Approximately 15 large trees would have to be removed in order to replace the tennis courts that are there, as well as some pruning of the trees that would remain. So this image shows the south side of the tennis courts, and we were asked to sort of mark out the areas that would require significant removal. And we started with some single tree markings to indicate, but then this area, because it was kind of expansive where we'd have to do some removals, we just put a larger section of tape to indicate this area would require significant tree removal in order to open up that area and provide more sunlight out onto the surface courts, if that's the direction we're taking. So this image was in the fall, and you can see here the dense litter that falls from those white pine trees. And again, totally natural for the trees to do this type of shedding. It's just, it doesn't lend to a clean, dry surface of the tennis courts. And for safety, of course, you want to have clean, dry surfaces. Just wanted to sort of list the amenities that are in the immediate neighborhood for people's consideration, so that they, in sort of considering the entire community and what's present and maybe what's missing. So not too far away, there are two beaches, one at Longs Lake and one at Port Sydney. There are two playgrounds not too far away as well, Port Sydney and Utterson. Basketball is offered at the Port Sydney Community Centre, as well as Utterson Community Park. There's a single tennis court at Utterson Park. There's a beach volleyball court at the Port Sydney Community Centre out front. And in the winter months, an outdoor ice rink is offered at the Port Sydney Beach by the local Lions Club. There's a pavilion, a shade structure at the Port Sydney Beach as well. And of course, both Port Sydney and Utterson have community centers. So we list those simply to keep the focus on what is present, what might be a future option of what is missing. We've outlined some options, but of course, we certainly are within the survey. There's room to create your own option as well, and we look forward to that. We're just trying to streamline feedback and make sure that we're hearing all the different feedback from the community. So option one we've listed as perform significant tree removal and enables restoration, that would enable the restoration of the safe tennis courts. So that's basically replacing like for like, replacing exactly what has been there. Option number two would be perform significant tree removal and create a multi-use space. So that could be a combination of many things: tennis, pickleball, basketball. Option three, perform significant tree removal and create a hybrid space. So for example, and this is just an example, we could leave one side as a court surface and then the other side be a passive green space for picnics or something along those lines. Option four, preserve the trees and remove fencing and then just turn the space into a passive green space. We could have picnic tables, other amenities, just to make it available for casual passive use. There's another photo just to show the south side of the courts that is quite dense in shade, and there's a ravine there at the bottom of the valley. And then, of course, we've got the open-ended. What is your opinion? What is option number 5 or 6? This photo again just shows clearly the amount of litter that is regularly cleaned from the courts, and also the wet conditions that the shade contributes to. So the survey is ready to go live today, and we're going to leave it available for people to give us feedback until April 23rd. At such time, we'll gather and gather all that data and then bring it back to council for consideration, so that we can all plan for what the future use is of Clark Crescent Park.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Colleen. Very comprehensive report. Appreciate that. Thank you. Question I have, I know we always get into some kind of pushback when we talk about removing trees, especially beautiful big pines like that. Is there room to relocate a tennis court at the Port Sydney Community Centre?
For you, Mayor Terziano, is there a specific place you had in mind, Councillor Thompson?
Well, just at the property that's there, it would be, it looks, I mean, I'm not completely familiar. I know there's a parking lot and of course the building and the other facilities that are there now, as you've mentioned in your report. But would there be additional room in that space to build a new tennis court?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, I don't believe without removing some other amenity that we could install a tennis court. But if that's what you'd wish us to pursue, we can certainly do research into that.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Colleen, for the presentation. And absolutely, going forward makes a lot of sense with public input. But along the same lines as what Councillor Thompson just asked, it wasn't any particular site. I hate to see the big trees come down, and so the idea of taking them all down to fit a new tennis court or pickleball or whatever it is to go in there, I don't know. I guess when we go out with the survey, is there any way we could add some information that would give people an idea if there are other spaces somewhere around, not necessarily the Port Sydney Community Centre, but where the Ederson, where the current tennis court is, there are other amenity spaces that might be able to be augmented or, enhanced or something instead of this place. So if the public was aware that, oh, we don't have to jam it in here, but we could maybe look at building a new court over here. Is there any other space that comes to mind that you might see something like that?
Through you, Mayor Terziano. So we do have some open-ended questions within the survey that would allow people to certainly make suggestions if they felt they had a spot in mind. And certainly, currently we're under review of the Community Services Master Plan. So that could also identify and help us really focus the need of what is lacking and what other spaces could fit that type of use.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Colleen, for the presentation. Councillor Schumacher and I had the opportunity to meet with Colleen and Steve and go over this, and then we had a preview of the survey. I guess I'm really looking forward to the public's input on this. I don't know if an alternative site is the answer. I'm curious to see what the public has to say. So hopefully we have a question tweaked to that, I guess, direct question for the public to comment on. and we were, I think, going to selectively remove trees and have public input on that as well. So I don't know, Councillor Thompson and Deputy Mayor Alcock, if you've been down there recently, but I think selective tree removal could be accomplished and still have a reasonable amount of growth there. I'll ask Colleen maybe to further comment on that and what our plan was.
Colleen?
Through you, Mayor Terziano. Yes, it's definitely, if you haven't been in person to that park, I would recommend a drive-by. Certainly, there is significant tree removal required to make the tennis courts viable in that situation, and definitely open to a further conversation depending on what feedback we get back from the survey, for sure.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Yeah, as we all know, we've been contacted by pickleball and tennis organizations, mostly around Meadow Park, about getting more tennis courts or pickleball courts. So I posed a question to them several times, especially the people in Meadow Park, about if we did cut some trees down and clean up those tennis courts, would you go there? Generally, the answer was no. So I don't know whether they don't want to travel that distance or not, but I hope the survey gets circulated specifically to those groups.
Councillor Schumacher.
Through you, your worship. Well, yes, to Councillor Stone's point, they had indicated they don't want to travel usually that far, but that's mostly the clubs. They were open to having pickleball options for people who just randomly want to play, or tennis. Obviously, the Utterson court gets used quite often for tennis because that's what it's set up for now as it is. To Councillor Alcock and Councillor Thompson's point, yeah, let's hear what the survey has to say. But I know originally those sort of spaces were picked because of their locales and for kids to be able to bike down, to be able to play. It is the opportunity to do a community, court surface. So I wouldn't want to see it maybe way out South Mary Lake Road towards the highway where people couldn't then access as well too. So again, on board with the survey, and let's see what the community really wants their feedback on. I mean, we do have Creekside Park, so there is some park spaces and stuff available for people as well too, right? So let's see. I think as Councillor Fitzgerald did mention, we had some good conversation around the trees and getting feedback from some of the tennis players that maybe a tree in this location would be okay to play. But if you remove one from this area, that's where we need, the surface to be lighter. Kind of thing. So.
Okay, Council, the resolution is just to proceed with public consultation. All in favor? And that carries. A resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that committee authorize staff to engage in discussion with the District of Muskoka on the possible uses of the Mount View wastewater treatment plant property as open public green space once the plant is decommissioned. Steve, do you want to speak to this?
If I could, Mayor Terziano. And actually what I'd like to do is share my screen and sort of talk about this and the next report for council's consideration at the same time. They sort of blend together. So with your permission, I will do so.
Okay.
So the two reports which are before you, looking at a waterfront park strategy, and the Mount View, they really do flow together nicely. And starting way back in 1991, the last time a major waterfront study was done for the town of Huntsville, which is an excellent report if you haven't read it, or refresh your memory, but it talked about some huge lofty goals. It talked about, a strategy for the town to develop the south side of Hunters Bay And it set some goals which were, I think at the time, from some of the comments I read, people thought were totally unattainable and non-reachable. At the time that the 1991 study was done, down Yonge Street, there was a 66-foot right-of-way, and there was a makeshift boat ramp there. And it said that for the town to really develop their waterfront, they should consider creating a boat ramp launch facility there. And it went much further. And it talked about developing a trail system along the waterfront if you could ever get permission from CN Rail to somehow jointly use the space. And it even mentioned some real crazy concepts that possibly a floating trail system would be required for some of the hard to access spots. And then it set a goal, and it talked about the Martin Lumber property and said if town could ever find a way, it should look at buying the Martin Lumber property if it ever became available, because it would be a great opportunity to once again expand the waterfront. Because it talked about from Highway 11, that is the view that everybody has of your waterfront, and the whole south side is really not being utilized. And although that the town of Huntsville is built on water, there was very little access to it. Fast forward to 2020, there was a study done that on economic development for the town. And although it didn't speak specifically to waterfront or any one key part of it, it talked extensively on how the waterfront was the key to the economic development for the town of Huntsville and the tourism business, and how that the whole downtown core needs to be linked to the waterfront through possibly some expanded docking. It talked about at that time the old mill property was here, but it said that the town needed to look at things like convincing the Main Street businesses to create 2 entrances to their business and open it up to the waterfront. And it talked about the possibility of even expanding the town docks to someday reaching where you could store up to 20 boats. And these are all things which have been done at this stage of the game. And both those studies also talked about the Mount View plant, the water sewer treatment plant over on the Mount View property, and said, what a wonderful opportunity if that property ever became available to add that to your waterfront. And I think we've all seen the pictures and the diagrams where it talked about possibly a couple bridges spanning the water to try and connect this whole property and what you could do with it if it ever came to the stage where that plant was going to be decommissioned. So sort of honing in now, if you will, on the decommissioning of the plant, the District of Muskoka, as you know, has been expanding the Golden Pheasant plant with the intention of decommissioning it. The King William Main Street project last year, the pipes were put in the ground to draw it up the road, so they can now start the decommissioning plans. And last summer, they had their final study done on the decommissioning of the plant, and they're now starting to move forward to it. And what they've said in that, and there's a map attached to your agenda, is that yes, we're going to move forward with the decommissioning of the plant, but we're still going to have to keep the infrastructure underground, and we're still going to have to keep a pumping station in this location, so that because all of the town of Huntsville, if you will, drains that way for sewage waste, and it needs to be pumped to Golden Pheasant. So the whole concept of this property being redeveloped for residential, commercial, some other use is probably not going to happen because of the infrastructure in the ground. But in some initial discussions that I've had with district staff on this, they have no use, if you will, for the green space around the project. And in fact, the one picture they've shown shows a huge buffer zone that they want to put around the plant property, which could be used for passive green space. It could be used for walking trails. It could be used for pickleball courts. It could be used for Frisbee golf. Different multiple opportunities here. And they're talking that this is probably 3 years out. So back in 1991, when the study was done, it was saying if this plant was ever decommissioned 30, 40 years down the road, you should take advantage of it. In 2014, the Huntsville Council of the day passed a resolution supporting that and urging the District of Muskoka to move forward with decommissioning this so this property could become the jewel of the town. Well, I guess where we are today is we're a lot closer to that. And as we all know, that this council took some huge steps last year with acquiring the last 2 pieces of property on Hunters Bay that we didn't have ownership or control of, being the airplane hangar property, and the airplane hangar has been removed, and being the old Martin Lumber property, if you will, with the KWH pipe plant now. So when you sit back and look at what we've acquired in land, and if you map it out from Highway 11 through the floating trail system up through town through the master plan sidewalk study that we've just done on how we can link the downtown to the trail system, coming around the existing waterfront, if Mount View could be added to it with some sort of a walking bridge across the river. And I get it, that's a lofty goal, but back in 91, they set some lofty goals. And up through the town lookout property, we would have approximately 5.5 kilometers of waterfront property that we own and control. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to move forward. I know Mayor Terziano and I had some discussions on this, as well as Councillor Thompson and I have had multiple discussions on this whole thing. Council set a lot of strategic directions for staff, and we've been working towards them, expanding waterfront amenities. And we just heard it in a bunch of delegations again today, where people want more access to water. And we're thinking as staff that we've got this huge opportunity in front of us to figure this out and do it once. And the second report I have before you today is talking about bringing in a consultant to help us with some sort of design brief. I really think that this is a golden opportunity. We could piecemeal this and just keep adding pieces and trying to figure it out. And I know that there's a community master plan going through right now that's going to talk about what the community is looking for in green spaces, what they're looking for in recreational programs. And I think that now is an opportune time for us to also look at a design brief as to what the waterfront in Huntsville could look like with good public consultation. I think the opportunity is right. We're doing the Main Street. When we started the Main Street project, long before we brought the consultants in to tell us what the final product was looking like, we brought in a design group that did multiple public consultations and asked the people what they wanted to see, and they created that design brief. And that's the stage that I really feel that we're at now, is to pull all these pieces together before we piecemeal it, before we agree to things. That we should be stopping and bringing in some public consultation experts to talk to the public, to talk to council, to talk to staff as to what's going on. How does everything tie together? How do we put a waterfront plan together for you that makes sense, that'll lead us for the next 30 years? And that's why I think the Mount View property is key to this, because if we're going to look at the waterfront, I think we need to have the discussions as to what we can include in the waterfront property, catchment area, if you will. And really, what does this community want to see their waterfront like? You think about the city of Barrie, the city of Aurelia, North Bay, spending millions of dollars just to try and acquire property on their waterfront so they can develop it, and the wonderful things they've done. I really do commend this council, because you've put the pieces together. You've acquired 5.5 kilometers of waterfront property in the heart of your town. And I think it's important now that we take the proper steps to figure out what this vision could look like and what's the long range vision. And like I say, is it walking trails? Is it bridges across the river? Is it multiple bridges? And don't be alarmed by the bridges, because it's only like a 65-foot span we have to do with some piers. And just a couple of years ago, we did the same thing down here on Highway 11 for about $65,000, put a bridge in. So we're not talking lofty goals that are not obtainable, but I think it's time that we really had a true look at this. And I really do stress that I feel that this is outside of the realm of staff. We've got a lot of concepts, but I think it's time to bring in somebody that's got an open set of eyes to waterfront development and that can really engage the community in this. Councillor Thompson and myself have had multiple discussions, and just prior to COVID hitting, we are ready to bring something like this forth for council's consideration. With COVID still here, with the lockdowns continuing, we think it's still time to try and do some public engagement. We had tremendous feedback on the sidewalk master plan that opened our eyes to the fact that with proper social media, with proper media releases, you can engage the public, even though we can't engage them in a public meeting, just like what Colleen's going to be doing with the Port Sydney tennis courts. So that's the two in the nutshell, if you will. And I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm sure this will create some discussions, but there's two things that I'm looking for in the two reports. One is basically permission from council to continue some formal discussions with the district on the Mount View property and what we can do with that and whether we can include it and how that can be incorporated. And then the second one which is the next motion Mayor Terziano will read to you, is bringing in a consultant to take a look at the whole waterfront development and what makes the most sense to the town. Thank you, Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Steve. And that's right. So the first motion before us is just to approach the district about Mount View. And then we'll go to the resolution about the whole waterfront plan. But if there's any specific questions about just the district resolution here, if there's not, let's get it out of the way. Deputy Mayor Alcock, you want the Mount View? Councilor Withey, Mount View? No?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Just one quick note. I mean, I support this. You mentioned in your report that the Mount View is 1 or 2 years away. I heard from Fred Yon that it's happening like now. Is by saying that, is you're saying that's how long it's going to take to get this completed? And just a quick follow-up while I still have the floor is on your diagram. It would be interesting to see if there would be a better position that pumping station could be located at on that property. It seems a little central there. And also on top of that, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Fairburn property in a couple of years, because that's going to be another tract of land that is owned by the hospital now, or the Ministry of Health actually. And maybe there's another big chunk of property we can snag for our downtown. So just those are my comments. Just wondering about the timing of the district there. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Terziano. So we had some discussions with Fred Yon and Julia Stevens from the district CAO, Corey and myself a few weeks ago to nail some of this down. Fred has told us that they feel that it's 3 years before they're out of the property with a new pumping station built. But he says there's nothing to stop us from looking at it now. And depending on what space we want now, there's nothing stopping us from coming to an arrangement today and start to use some of that space. Fred also talked about the pumping station, and this report that was attached is from an engineer, but they're looking at that again as to whether the pumping station can be shoved back further on the property and how can things be hidden more from the public view, if you will. So they're looking at that as well. And that's why they're sort of saying, what's your vision for this waterfront property? What do you see this looking like, and how can we work together?
Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak to the Mount View, or?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I can answer a couple of Councillor Withey's questions with regards to that. And Steve's right. The last discussion I had with Commissioner Hahn is probably 2025. I know that Director Marcus Furman, when we talked last year, he was hoping that the total decommissioning would have started or been well in hand by the end of this year, but that's obviously not going to happen. As far as the pumping station is concerned, right now, the wastewater treatment plant is in a floodplain. And so the pumping station will be elevated. It will be moved back further up more towards the Fairburn building, which is at higher elevation. So, and it'll be out of the floodplain zone type of thing. So it'll be well out of the way. And if you've ever walked that property, as Stephen and I and Colleen and I have done, and it's huge. It's a big hunk of property. And in discussions also with Commissioner Hahn and Marcus Furman, yeah, they've said if you've got some usage for it that doesn't get in our way right now, let us know and we'll consider if anything going on type of thing. So yeah, so the timing is right. It's Steve's right. It's going to be 2 to 3 years out. But meanwhile, we can make plans and come forward with a strategy for that property.
Okay, so all in favor of the resolution on the table? That carries. And now we will put the second resolution on, which is moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Armour. Is recommended that committee approve the hiring of a consultant to undertake the process to create a new waterfront development strategy design brief. I like that word, brief. And further that, the estimated consulting costs of $40,000 be funded from the Parkland Obligatory Reserve Fund. Deputy Mayor Alcock, you have been patiently waiting, so you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Steve. I won't be long. I know I get excited about a lot of things, but truly on this one, when I read about it last night and read your report, Steve, I was so absolutely thrilled, and especially your reference to the old 91 study, and then walking through progressively how previous councils kept stepping forward and achieving all of those lofty goals. I'm a huge fan of lofty goals, and as you pointed out, it's all sitting there, it's all before us. And so what we need is a very good design brief, and so unbelievably supportive. And to your point about it meets so many ticky boxes. I mean, as does waterfront redevelopment, revitalization everywhere. And from an economic development perspective, it's proven to be one of the most effective tools that we have. And we're really blessed with all of these natural resources. So I am so supportive, so excited, can hardly wait. And thank you for bringing it forward.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you. It's Deputy Mayor Alcock's a tough act to follow when she gets excited. But I was going to comment. I kind of feel that taking on another consultant, especially after the excellent in-house sidewalk study, I'm kind of wondering whether we need to spend that money, because I think our staff can do a great job with this stuff. Without spending it, having said that, I notice that it's not adding to the budget, so therefore I will hold my tongue and jump on to Deputy Mayor Alcock's coattails.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to echo what everybody else is saying. It's good. It's time we did another waterfront study, and I'll support this 100%.
Councillor Weep.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just going to agree. I think it's time to really give serious consideration to how we connect all these parts, and whether that's on and off water taxis or whatever it might be. To really pay attention to how to actually have a theme, right? To really give ourselves a real waterfront identity is going to be absolutely key in this process. So I think it's going to be great. I'm looking.
I've got to say, I'm not usually a fan of hiring consultants for anything, but on this one, I'm going to cave, because I think this is really important. We promote our town as having lots of natural water and trees and everything like that for the tourists to come. But you gotta admit, this pandemic has brought our community out to our natural resources. They're all over our trails and sidewalks, and all of this stuff is really important. And it seems like it's taken a pandemic to show us how important getting out is for our own community. So I think this is a great report, and I look forward to it as well. Sorry, Councillor Withey, I didn't see your hand again. Sorry to
Yes, thanks. Sorry, thanks. I agree with you. I just wanted to, I wanted to ask a quick question. Maybe it is timely for our council through our mayor to reach out to through our MPP Norm Miller and start, quiet. I know it's not quiet because I'm saying it publicly now, but start inquiries as to what the plan is for the Fairburn property, because it's going to be 2-3 years that'll be done. And maybe if we start planting those seeds now, if we're interested, it could be good to get that conversation maybe started. Anyway, that's my comment. Thanks.
Okay, all in favor of the resolution? And that carries. And that seems to conclude the operations division. That was lengthy. Okay, we're on to corporate service. We have the procurement policy moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Stone. It's recommended that the amended procurement policy as attached to Report Corp 2021-09 be approved, and further that the bylaw be prepared and forwarded to council for approval. And I have an amendment moved by Councillor Withy, and I need a seconder for that. Councillor Armour, thank you. It is recommended that the following be added at the end of the first paragraph with the following amendments. Item 4.3, Table 2, approval authority levels. Decrease the authority level limit per occurrence for the CEO, Chief Librarian to up to but not including $50,000. Remove and replace the table in Appendix D with the following. Can we, we're going to put this on the screen. It'll be way easier to follow than me starting to read a chart. Okay, so I got to remove and replace the table in Appendix D with the following. So that is the various levels. Council had a chance to see that? So Councillor Withy, this is your amendment. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It was just, you know, as I got a chance to go through this document sort of line by line, word by word, it's what I think came out to me, and I think staff is in agreement with it.
Okay, and Rebecca, you concur with these changes?
Yes, Mayor Terziano.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment? All in favor? And that carries. So then the main motion is amended. I will put moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Armour again. Is that fine? Thank you. So the main motion as amended was what we just saw on the screen, right, Crystal? Do you want to see it again, Council? No, they don't. All in favor of the main motion as amended? And that carries. Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. You got off easy on that one.
Thank you.
Right. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Withy. It is recommended that a bylaw be prepared to appoint Suzanne Craig as Integrity Commissioner pursuant to sections 223.3 and 223.8 of the Municipal Act 2001. And further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute an agreement with Suzanne Craig for the provision of Integrity Commissioner services for the term of May 1, 2021 to April 25th, 2025. And further, that the final form and content of the agreement be to the satisfaction of the clerk and chief administrative officer. Madam Clerk, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair Terziano. So basically, this report is for a new agreement. The current agreement is going to be completed at the end of April. The town of Bracebridge, the township of Lake Bays, and the town of Huntsville are all taking this report to their committees. And this will be an agreement in place with Ms. Craig until 2/25. Ms. Craig is currently the Integrity Commissioner for the district, for Muskoka Lakes, for Gravenhurst, and for Georgian Bay. And we thought it would be beneficial if we all had the same Integrity Commissioner.
Questions? Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. No, just a comment saying that I think this is an excellent decision. It's going to be an excellent upgrade.
All in favor, Council? And that carries. We have a report on COVID-19 recovery funding. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. Oh, hang on. We're out of sync. We don't have a resolution for it, right? It's just an information report. Sorry about that. Julia.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this report is just to let council be aware of some funding that we recently received. So on March 4th, we were advised that we were going to get $423,324 this year for COVID recovery funding. So this is to be used for addressing priority COVID-19 operating costs and pressures. And it's also, we were also advised that if we don't use it in 2021, they would expect us to put it into a reserve to use it in the future for COVID related pressures. So we will have further discussion on this with staff to see where we think that this money is best spent. And then we'll be bringing back another report for your consideration.
Questions? Thanks for that, Julia. Okay, we're on to community services. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that staff be directed to waive the advertising fees for the Huntsville Junior C Otters in the amount of $6,624.48 for 2020 and $11,040.81 for 2021 to be funded from the 2021 COVID recovery funding due to the restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that funding is what you just heard about. Greg, do you want to speak to this, or we did it last month? We asked for a report to come back and to identify a funding source. So if there's any questions. No questions? Councillor Whitty?
Thank you. Sorry, this is about refunding the Otters.
This is the Otters came to us last month with a request to basically not charge them for their advertising fees for the period of time during COVID when the Summit Center and Ball Diamonds and everything has been closed.
So I gotta ask a question, because I can tell you, as a rink board advertiser in the Don Lock, I've paid full advertising fees during COVID. I don't know if anyone else has been getting refunds or discounts or not paying, but I know my firm has paid full pop during COVID. So I'm not understanding the need for a refund if they're still collecting all the full revenues from guys like me.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano, and through you. The information I got from the Huntsville Junior C Otters was that they had not collected any fees for the 2020-2021 season. That was the information. So I can do an additional follow-up on that, but maybe there's some returns coming your way. I'm not sure, Councillor Whitty, at this stage on that.
Well, I'm telling you the truth from my end. The checks went out and there was no discussion about, hey, during COVID, don't pay us. If the invoices showed up on time and the checks went out. So that's my information, but it'd be interesting to hear the response. Thanks.
There may be a plan to extend your payment into the next season or something like that, or maybe they're going to readjust based on our decision today. But you're right, Greg can follow up on that.
Definitely.
Any other questions? All in favor? And that carries.
Excuse me, Your Worship, I guess I should have asked for deferment. Why are we voting in favor to do this when there's a pretty critical piece of information that we don't know the answer to yet? And, you know, as a guy on the other end of this, I don't believe that was an appropriate motion to vote on right now.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to confirm, we are sitting at General Committee today. So if committee is comfortable with dealing with the matter today, we will make sure that staff have a response prior to it being ratified by council at the end of April. So even though it's a decision, it's not a final decision because we're at committee. So it's up to committee what they wish to do, but there's still an opportunity for us to obtain the information and present it prior to it being final.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. So I guess I was an awkward one to vote on, because I do think that that information is kind of critical, just to know that that is the plan, or what the plan is of the auditors. So I'm okay with what the CAO has pointed out, but it kind of, what if the response is not, it's not necessarily something that would be, I'd be supportive of. I don't know. I'm just sort of wondering if it's a bit premature to vote on it.
It will have to be ratified at council. I suspect, Greg, that we're probably going down the road where we're going to need a list of the actual advertisers and whether or not they've paid their funds and what the junior C auditors plan has been with those funds. Councillor Fitzgerald, you had your hand up next.
Thank you, Worship. I was in agreement with Councillor Withey and Councillor Alcock. I'm comfortable if we get enough information back before we ratify this at council. But I was raising my hand to defer it, so it all happened too fast. So.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I believe the intent of this was for us to pass this resolution to waive the fees, and those fees were going to, then the auditors were going to meet with their advertising partners and discuss either the reimbursement or using this year's advertising money for next year's advertising. But until they could actually offer the refund to the supporters, then they would not have had the money because we would have charged them. So that's my understanding of the process. But
I believe you're right. I believe there was going to be some deferral into next year or the 21-22 season. But Greg, you can follow up and get all of the details and make sure that we have that prior to council, prior to ratifying this. Okay.
Thank you. Will do.
Chair Terziano, can I please add something?
Yes.
If you don't mind. Totally, that's no problem. The other option could be council or committee today can reconsider the motion you just passed and defer it. I just wanted to let you know that procedural option, but totally your call, whatever you'd like to do today.
Okay, council, we can reconsider that motion if that's your wish today. Do we need 2/3 to reconsider it, or is it? You're still muted.
Thank you. I'm going to let your deputy clerk there provide you with information. I'm sorry, I just jumped in on her.
We need 2/3 of council to reconsider the motion, but if anybody wants to move to reconsider and we have 2/3, then we'll do that. Councillor Withey?
So moved.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald? We'll just get that motion. Is your wish to just defer it to the next council meeting, though?
Well, it's obvious that there's no information pertaining to this. I mean, again, I haven't heard anything from the auditors about a potential refund about anything. There's been no discussion with stakeholders whatsoever. So if that's their intent, it should be part of this report. And I think that, you know, just to forge ahead and approve, you know, a little bit of the information in a report, I don't think is responsible. I think we need the whole picture, as we do with everything else we decide on.
And in fairness, they were before us last month and spoke to us, and probably some of these questions should have been raised then, but. We got it? Yeah. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I wasn't sure we had enough information to ask those questions then. To my recollection, maybe we did, but it just seems to me that in light of we don't have the information about what they're doing, I'd just like to know their intentions. I support the club. If there's, any way we can help them out, I'm happy to do that. But I would like to know what's happening with the advertising dollars that they collected and what their plan is before we offer a refund.
So the first motion is to reconsider, moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, and we need 2/3. All in favor of reconsideration? That carries. So now we need a resolution to defer this decision to council or until the information comes back. What's our protocol? Or it can be referred back to the next general committee meeting. Councillor Armour?
No, thank you, Worship. I think that's what was my question. Are we referring this just to have a report come back at council that we can vote then? Or is it going back to committee? So I think you might answer
one. Whichever motion you would like to move. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I think we should defer it.
To council or to the next general committee?
Well, I think to council. So there probably is, timing is sensitive, and I hate to do this, even prolong it any further, but
Okay.
Council.
Councillor Armour, would you second it going to council? Being deferred to council?
Yes, I would second that if you think Greg would have time to contact him and get information back by then.
Yeah, that's a month away. Yeah. Okay, all in favor of the deferral? Do I need 2/3 for that too? No, that carries. Okay. Thank you, council. Sorry I called that question so quickly. Okay, I have a resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee approve the draft bicycle, skateboard, and scooter bylaw attached as Appendix I to Report Development Services 2021-25. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just as the report outlines, this is another bylaw that we reviewed. And just an interesting note, in a couple months, this bylaw would have been 20 years old. So probably well overdue for an overhaul. The biggest change, as indicated in the report, would be the addition of snowboards in prohibited areas. And then the addition of a prohibited area, again, for bicycles, inline skates, skateboards, things like that, is boat launches. This whole bylaw is centered around safety for everyone involved, people using, riding a bicycle, on a skateboard, people walking on the street, people trying to launch a boat. The other thing was the set fines or the tickets. That was also changed to up the fines a little bit. Again, fines are more of a deterrent than anything. Also included the red line version, so all the changes can be seen that were made in the bylaw. And if anyone has any questions, I'm here.
Questions, council? Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Andrew, for the report. I'm just assuming it's really just adding the addition of the skateboards to it. Ostensibly, it's really not a major overhaul of the bylaw. That was my first question, and the second question was, this must have gone out on Engage Huntsville site or something to get some feedback, public feedback, or was it too minor and a change?
Thank you, Councillor Arcock. Through you, Your Worship. The bylaw was basically just a bit of an overhaul, an update, if you will. And it was not put out for engagement as again, I think the changes were minor in nature to update the bylaw at this time.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. At our accessibility meeting yesterday, we talked about the electric bicycles, and that they're dealing with that in Toronto right now. Because they've been riding them on sidewalks down there, and because some people, you can't hear them coming, they can come up behind you rather quickly. Not so much the ones with the pedals on the side. They're like a scooter, but they're actually electric bicycles. Have you heard about that at all, Andrew? And maybe adding that to this.
Thank you, Councillor Armour, through Your Worship. I have heard of this just briefly, and I think under the definition of bicycle, the devices, electronic or e-bikes would be considered a bicycle under the bylaw, so still prohibited on the sidewalk.
Councillor Whitby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've had a question written down on this that I've forgotten, but I do have it. So just for clarification, people that have accessibility, like the people that are using those scooters who are, I don't know what I don't want to say the politically incorrect word, but you know, disabled people that are using those, they are not allowed to be on the sidewalk. Is that what this is saying?
Thank you, Councillor Whitty. Through you, Your Worship. I think what you're talking about would be more considered a personal mobility device, which could be a little bigger, I think, than a bicycle, or with or without some sort of propulsion like a motor or battery powered. So when it comes to that, a person with a disability, that would, I think, would be considered a personal mobility device.
So that's not an issue on sidewalks?
No.
Okay.
At least, sorry, if I could clarify, I would not consider that to be a problem on the sidewalk for a person with a disability.
Right, because those people are, you know, accessing stores and things, and they kind of have to be up there. I guess I'm also a little concerned that the wording of this says, oh crap, where did I put it? It says prohibitive use of bicycles, inline skates, skateboards, snowboards, and other similar devices on the sidewalks. I don't know if that wording that's kind of ambiguous, that, you know, you're kind of throwing a broad net there that could cause issues for something that hasn't even been invented yet. Anyway, thank you.
I'm just going to jump in to follow up on this one, because I'm concerned as well about a bylaw that prohibits bicycles, skateboards, skates on sidewalks, and yet includes scooters, which are generally thought to be what people with disabilities are using. I'm concerned that they're lumped together in this one.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. The definition of scooter in the bylaw is the one where it's a narrow footboard with two wheels, and the handle that comes up. Now, I have seen in Toronto, they actually rent these where you kind of put in your credit card information, you take it, you zoom along, it's got a throttle on the handle, I'm assuming. But then when you get to where you're going, you have to place it into a different station. The whole idea of the stations are to charge the batteries. So I'm just looking here. So that would be the scooter, and scooter on the Main Street. So I'm not sure how widely used a scooter would be on the sidewalk.
Okay, I guess I'm just wondering whether our definition has to be sure that it clarifies it's not a personal mobility
device, if you will.
Scooter. We call them scooters. I mean, it's like they're wheelchairs, and some people have progressed to scooters to get around.
Right.
Anyways, I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Alcock next.
Thank you for that, Your Worship. I believe Councillor Weeb was before me, but I can be very fast. I appreciate the updating the bylaws for sure, but I did there was a reason why I did ask Andrew about whether we had posted this. And even though it may appear that the changes are simply administrative or updating, and I noticed that you looked at other municipal bylaws in Bracebridge and Gravenhurst and all of that, and that's great. But I given some of the conversations and the questions we've asked today, there was something that was dealt with at Accessibility Committee, and there's some confusion around, at least I'll speak for myself, around some definitions and things like that. I would prefer to, if it's possible, to defer this until there at least have been some further consultations, and maybe just a posting on our website to say that we're looking at this, because I think a lot of people actually would be interested in what you can and can't do on sidewalks. And so that would be my preference, rather than trying to hash out some of the different definitions here at council.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Weave, I'm just going to go to Director Maxwell first here, because I think we'll get some clarity.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I just wanted to add that in the definitions portion of the bylaw, there is a section that excludes vehicles or devices used by a person with a disability, so that they are all exempt under the way the bylaw is written right now. We've got it underneath bicycle, just to say, because it has to go somewhere. I suppose it could be a separate definition if council wished, but it is noted that vehicles used for people that have mobility issues would not be included in the bylaw. They would be exempt from these provisions. I just wanted to throw that out there because I know that's been a significant discussion. So.
Thank you for that. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually taking just a slight bit of issue with the idea of having no bicycles in parking lots and parks. I'm trying to see it through the eyes of a couple of 12-year-olds that want to take off from the Ravens Glen subdivision and go for a ride to the Ball Diamonds or what have you. And I just think in these times, if it was me and I was a 12-year-old that was paying attention to municipal bylaws, I'd be upset about it. But I'm probably the only 12-year-old that was engaged in municipal bylaws. But anyway.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. To Andrew, are you including hoverboards in this? I know my niece just got one. They don't have the thing that comes up, but they're sort of, I guess they're under the guise of a scooter, but.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher, through you, Your Worship. That's a very good question. And I'll be honest, I did not think of hoverboards. So thank you for bringing that up.
Councillor Whitby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remembered what I thought about before, but I also want to I was thinking along the same lines as Councillor Weeb as well. And, often parents will try to find a vacant parking lot to try to teach a kid to ride a bike rather than on a street as well. So, but the incongruity here, it says no person shall anytime operate a bicycle, inline skates, motorized scooters, skateboard in any town-owned park. We have a skateboard park. What are we can make a new municipal pool out of it.
I think it's exempt. I think I saw it in the bylaw where it's exempt.
If I could, Your Worship, it's the very next section, Councillor Withy, 3.0 exemptions.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks.
I believe Deputy Mayor Alcock was moving to defer this. Is there a seconder? Councillor Schumacher. And can we be specific for Andrew and Kirsten as to why we want to defer this? Let's give them a list of the things we want. Oh, to allow for public consultation? Okay. All in favor? Oh, hang on, I should read it. By Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Is recommended that committee postpone report development 2021-25 draft bicycle, skateboard, and scooter bylaw to allow for public consultation. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, Council, I think I'm getting a bit punchy, but I would say it's 10 after 12, and I would say that we have, I'm going to hazard to guess, at least 45 more minutes on this agenda. Would council like to take a lunch break or push through? Who wants a lunch break?
I would push through.
We seem to be split. How about a 10-minute break? Let's come back at.
Are you counting closed session in that?
Yes. Yeah. As I say, at least 45. It might be longer. So let's come back at 12:20, and then we'll keep going. Is that all right? Okay. We're missing a few counselors. Okay, I think we're mostly back. So council, we are at new business and we have items to speak about from our first three deputations. And just a heads up, we have no resolutions prepared for anything at this time. So first on the agenda is the water access on Echo Bay Road. Councillor Armour.
I'd like to put a resolution on the floor that we investigate and look at the adding water access to the public at Kylan Park.
Okay, do you want to include anything on possible playground structures or like an overall review of the park?
Yes, please. As well, that part of the whole review, I think, would see how we can make it more accessible for people to be able to enjoy and to add a playground for kids. That'd be excellent.
Okay, the clerk will prepare a resolution moved by Councillor Armour. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Alcock? Okay. Deputy Mayor Alcock, do you?
Just briefly, I obviously I support that, and that will include further consultations with the community, the reps, that whoever, and obviously that I'm sure that's just obvious. So just wanted to be sure that's covered.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to second the motion and make a similar comment to Councillor Alcock. So thanks.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you through you, Your Worship. And just to reiterate, I think what Councillor Armour said during the deputation, let's look at possibly not stairs, but if it's a dock, because it has to meet AODA standards, so it has to be accessible.
Okay. Pauline, are you, will you be good with a resolution that just directs you to bring back or Director Hernan? Do you want anything more specific?
No, we can do that. I can tell you right now from site investigation we did last year with Councillor Armour, you won't make it accessible. You won't get an accessible path down there. And that's why the waterfront has probably never been developed. And the other thing is all our stormwater drainage goes out through that property. There's big storage pipes down there. So we can write a report, but that's what we're going to come back and tell you is if you want it accessible to the ODA standards, it's not going to work down there for the waterfront access. It is a large flat green space at the top, and we feel there could be some other uses for it, but we'll happy to look at it all and bring you back a more detailed report. But just so there's no hidden secrets, you're not getting down there with a mobility device.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that from my perspective, that was why the consultation with the group that presented to us today, because I just had a sense from them, they want to make it more generally as an area more accessible. And they were willing to work with, they also were aware of some of the impediments. So I think it would be important to figure out what as a community they're looking to do.
Councillor Stone.
So this goes back to, all this information goes to our conversation on Monday night. If we put it in, it must be AOD accessible. And if a community group does it, then they can build a dock and hopefully we inspect it once a year, they take care of it, and it gets done without being AOD compliant. And so that may be the end solution.
Councillor Thompson or Steve, do you want to respond to that?
let staff bring you back a report, and let's talk about the ODA compliance and the requirements to access to open space, which I think will answer some of the questions and who can do what. And then council can maybe provide some direction to staff as to whether they want to head that way or whether it's the morally responsible way to go. So maybe the best bet is we work off the direction that you provided and we bring you back that with a full open discussion on accessibility to open spaces and the design requirements.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that would be my concern as well, regardless of how we move forward with this. And even if it was a community group that did it, and we did have some responsibility as a town, whether through permits of license of occupation and the insurance aspect of things, whether or not it would have to be AODA approved. And so I think Steve's right. We should let he and Colleen go and investigate all of this and get back to us on with regards to that.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you. I agree. I think that I do think there's a subtle difference between what we were talking about Monday night and town parkland, not something that we want to give over to like a neighbor or something like that. This is a park that the town owns, and it's similar to Rivermill Park. We do the docks there, we do everything else. If there's no way it's accessible, we might be at a bit of a stalemate. But I agree with letting Director Hernan and company report. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, that is recommended that staff be directed to review accessible public waterfront access options and a full park review of Thailand Park, consult with area residents and report back to committee. All in favor? And that carries. Before anybody goes anywhere, disc golf revitalization and expansion request. Colleen, do you want to speak to it before? I mean, as far as the existing park goes and what we're doing out there now and the things that the delegation outlined that is wrong out there and our ability to correct any of this, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. A few details that make the ground out there less than perfect to work with are the fact that it's low-lying ground. So there is some flooding. There is some seasonal water that is there. It would take significant filling as well as regrading to change that. It would also take, if we're going to do significant grading and filling, tree removal would be required. It's just a very flat piece of land where the ball diamonds are and everything. We in reconstruction of the ball diamonds, we were challenged in getting the water to drain off of the ball diamonds because it is quite a flat, big space. So there are some of those specific on-site conditions that we'd have to work around. And I think we're fortunate that right now we're in the midst of the community services master plan, and the fact that they've requested some other locations. I'm hoping maybe out of that community services master plan, there will be some results that we can work with and potentially take some direction from once council has reviewed the results of that.
Steve?
If I could just add, and with all due respect to Colleen, a little more straight to the point, we just spent a couple $100,000 getting our ball diamonds to drain to the wetland. That whole site over there, the soccer fields, drains to that land. If we were to ever decide to fill that in, we have to rethink the entire plan over there. That is the low area. I mean, sports fields are designed to be level and flat. And that's the inherited problem we have, is we have a huge level flat area. all designed to drain to that wetland they're describing, that wet area. So if you ever considered filling that in, that just is going to turn Diamond F or one of the soccer fields into your new wetland. So it's not even feasible, some of the requests he has there, in regards to filling the wetland. The other stuff he's talking about, we can certainly review and look at, but filling in that wetland, that's not even a possibility that should be on the table.
He did seem to have a design that moved the holes off of the wetland. And was that doable?
Without walking the site, I really can't answer that. Colleen might have a little bit more site knowledge.
Yeah, so I would add that maybe tweaking a hole here or there is achievable on site. However, the seasonal water that is slow to drain, it's never going to be completely gone.
Councillor Whitby?
Thank you. I guess it's probably no secret that I wasn't too enthralled with this whole presentation. There was a lot of ask there. I go back to his presentation, what we were asking for. They want to fund repair. You know, they've got this big money ask. He's got this other design that, you know, I think is hugely problematic that basically takes over Lions Lookout, Forbes Hill, etc. As far as I'm willing to go with this guy is just to say, look at, we're doing this master plan review, and maybe we'll find you a whole new property somewhere else that you can run around on. But I'm not in a position right now to make a vote on anything that was brought forward. Thank you.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I kind of see it differently. I think that the people who know that area best are the ones who walk it regularly. And when my dog was better behaved, I used to walk it regularly. And you get a sense for where the high ground is and where it isn't, and what to work around and what not to work around. So I think I disagree with Councillor Whitby. I think that's not a big ask. I think it's pretty reasonable. I think they're willing to put in a lot of sweat equity. That's something we need to encourage. I think there's room for growth here. There's room for it's great off season and on season room for growth in tourism and activity, and you know, it's seeing a real kind of spike in interest. So I think that it's I don't know. I think it's a small investment for taking one of our assets, making it very usable, very user friendly, very inviting, and putting us on the map in terms of that sport. It's a, you know, some sports grow, and just because you don't play it, you don't understand why. But this is one of them. It's growing, and people love it, and it proved to be the right type of sport during COVID. It's going to prove to be one of the kind of sports that keeps going, I think, in the future. So,
Councillor Stone.
So I agree with Councillor Weeb. I think this is a burgeoning sport, and I think it's fabulous for getting out and playing, zero impact on the environment. And I think there's going to be a great economic win in the future. So I think we should help it along. That being said, if I don't necessarily agree with the major infilling in what is becoming a bit of a wetland down there as we're redirecting the water. So I would put it back to Mr. Kevin Farley that can the site be developed, redeveloped, rejig your course around most of the wetland, and would that suffice without doing the major work? But I'm happy to help it along and fund part of it.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with Councillor Stone and Councillor Weeb. I I think it's actually both. I think they need to continue to be part of the community master planning process with respect to the future plans. But I think on the immediate, they did come forward with a proposal and they identified numbers to go with it. But I think at the very least, we could respond and say, let's have just staff discussions with them. And they did propose moving a couple of the whatever holes, I don't know if the holes, whatever. And I agree, you don't want to have anything to do with filling wetlands. That's crazy. But I think that they were proposing there were some quick fixes that might help and maintain and improve. So I kind of agree that I think we should encourage that, but do it with our staff because they obviously know the area really well. And then for the longer term, they should be part of our longer term community planning master plan process.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. I would concur with Councillors Wiebe, Alcock, and Stone on this as well. I mean, he did even mention that in reviewing the sidewalk master plan, he knows that the sidewalk is going to bridge over possibly into Macaulay Robinson. So he did say he was prepared to move some holes, knowing that what our vision or future is too, right? So I think it's not set in stone where he wants those holes to go. So he's willing to, I mean, it is his company. He can redesign and work with us as to where that's going to go. I think it's a vibrant opportunity for the town. We're not handing him over a check today. We're, planning for the future, and he's willing to put up some capital and get the group together to do some of the hard work and labor too. So.
Councillor Armour.
Through your worship, actually, I think this one's going to Simone. Is there any financial benefit to the town by having running sports and all that? Do we rent these fields out? Is there a time frame or the schedules involved? Do you have to put any work into it, or did they just play at will?
Through your chair, Terziano. So yes, we do have a user fee bylaw. We do have user fees set for this site. We have not seen any revenue as of yet. It is a free open space, so people can, it's not the kind of space that you have to book a time slot to have your foursome go golfing. It's not like that. It is a little bit more like your walking club. Let's meet at Camp Kitchen Road at 10 a.m. and they do that and they go. So it's kind of like that. And even when they have a tournament, they might want to, or hopefully, permit this space. But it's the kind of sport that doesn't have to have a permit or a time limit. They would certainly, if there was a family show up, they would certainly stand back and let them go through. So it doesn't affect the play. It doesn't, it's an open space. It's open to all age groups. It's nothing that we've seen revenue from yet. In his proposal, he did indicate that he would like to see some championship competitions in this location, and to do that, you need two courses. So I think that's his challenge in bringing that business to town. In that case, if it was a tournament, we would certainly have to permit it for him. So he would have to go through us to have that rental permit. I think that answers all of your questions. We don't have any revenue from this group yet.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you. So back to my original statement. I mean, in discussions with this guy, he had no numbers of people, participants, members, or anything. As far as his ask, he is asking for money. So I'm not sure where Councillor Schumacher is coming from when she says he's not asking for a check. Right there in his proposal, he wants money. So we've got a pickleball group that is more organized and coming for us for facilities. And then we've got, he said we did a thing 14 years ago. This is the first I ever heard of this today. I've never knew this course existed. These people existed. I know, of course, of the sport. I've seen it other places, seen it at camps in Algonquin Park, etc. But out of the blue to come and say that we got this long, comprehensive ask We got fee structures, we got all these things. We want to rejig all our stuff. And it's not, you know, as Director Babineau just said, you know, to throw a Frisbee around in a field, great, no problem. But they're talking about town to cover costs and build up these T-deck areas and put in these permanent structures here and there. I just don't, I think leave it to the master plan to talk about this stuff. But as far as acting on this proposal today that does ask for money, I'm not on with this. I would rather see us more seriously discuss pickleball and what kind of funding we can do to help those folks out sooner than later. Thank you.
So I'm going to wrap this one up. Colleen, I'm going to put you on the spot. I should have asked this question of Kevin Farley when he was here, but I don't play disc golf. I play real golf. But when somebody doesn't have enough land to make 18 holes, they make 9 and you play them twice. And they often have different tee decks so that they change up a little bit. I'm just wondering if when you're talking to them about it, I mean, and this is an existing park that has been our disc golf park for quite some time. And I don't think we've spent a great deal of money on it to date. So it's not something new. But I'm wondering if he needs to realign his disc golf that's at Macaulay Robertson to be able to run it without running it in the wet areas. And if he can do that, maybe he needs to do it with less holes. And maybe that's not doable, but maybe it is. And I'm not sure whether you would know the answer to that. So I don't know why I put you on the spot and asked you that question. It was a good one for him. But anyways, I think this is 2 parts. And I think we have a resolution that could deal with it in 2 parts. And one is that our staff continue to work with the group to see if there's ways to mitigate some of the problems they have there to run the facility that they have, and we have had for a number of years. And the other one is to anything that's any kind of expansion goes in with the community master plan. So is council okay with maybe going down that route? So if I can get a mover and seconder, I'll read what Crystal's prepared for us. Deputy Mayor Alcock, Councillor Armour. Whereas the Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Club presented to General Committee on March 24th and requested the following: repair and revitalization for Evergreen Fields, redistribute existing course equipment to area parks for promotion, review fee structure, second course in the vicinity of Lions Lookout, Forbes Hill, and/or Muskoka Heritage Place. Therefore, is recommended that staff include these potential future options in the community service master plan review, and further that staff be directed to work with the Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Club to address current concerns with the existing course. Questions? Councillor Stone.
Can I just ask, Colleen, is most of the ask from Kevin in kind with our own labor and materials?
I'm not 100% sure of the breakdown of his ask, but I can tell you that like for our staff to dedicate significant time to this project, I mean, we're not going to be able to get to that anytime soon, to be honest. Like we are full of demands at this moment. And so to set aside a significant amount of time to address all that, the regular maintenance that we have been doing, we certainly will continue with.
Okay. All in favor of the resolution? That carries. Colleen, you're not going to have any shortage of work coming up. The request to place and operate business out of a small hut at River Mill Park. Okay, Councillor Withey wanted to know what staff's plan was for this. So who wants to go there, Steve or Colleen? Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll start you off. And I'll be honest with you, I was a little taken back by some of the BIA's comments and Morgan's comments. From a technical point of view, we don't have a plan on where these businesses are going to run or how they're going to run during construction. But for the last 2 years, we've been telling them construction's coming. We've talked to them about how the phasing was going to go. We talked to them about closing down the streets, and council was well involved in that. So everybody's been well involved in the process. So from a technical point of view, we don't have a plan. We thought that the BIA would come up with a plan. You know, I'm glad to see the BIA showed up today to talk about a plan. Maybe they fully understand that we're serious that construction is taking place on Main Street. So if I sound a little put off by it, I was a little shocked by some of the comments that Morgan made and the BIA is making. We've been telling them for the last 2 years that they need to come up with a plan. We've been talking to them about creating back entrances into buildings, figuring out what you need, that the town would support them. And here we are today. So to Councillor Withey's direct comments, we don't have a plan. We've sort of been relying on those groups to put a plan together so we can see how we can work with them. We've been out installing all the signs they gave us to talk about BIA and BIA's open, anything like that they've asked from us. We've made sure that we've accomplished it, but we don't have a plan on how they're going to relocate. We've done some quick research on Kent Park when the first request came up to see where power was available and what we could do to try and accommodate them, but we don't have a plan. We were really expecting the BIA, the merchants, and their director, Morgan, to come up with a plan and bring it back to us.
I've got to jump into just a little bit more background. And when Nancy contacted the town to see about placing something, I went to speak to her. And from my understanding, the BIA put out to the businesses on Main Street, you want to do something, you want to create a market in Rivermill Park. And apparently there was no uptake whatsoever except from Nancy, who then went out on her own and approached the town about putting a hut down there. And as Steve said, we actually talked to her about we were moving the hut out of Kent Park and we were taking it down to Medill. So we actually talked to her about whether or not she might want that or not. And we actually looked, or Steve and Colleen looked to actually find a place where it would work if that was the case. So this 2 more businesses has just come out of the blue to me as well this morning. I thought we were simply dealing with Nancy asking to put a hut in Rivermill Park. So I think it's probably time for the conversation as to whether we want to turn Rivermill Park into a business community this summer or whether we want to leave it as a park. Colleen?
Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I am aware of one more deputation coming to committee in April to suggest another application for on land and on dock use of space. So there's another one coming forward in April.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. And sort of to my point earlier, I guess, and I agree with Director Hernan, I think this might just be the opening of the floodgates, so to speak. Don't like to use the word flood this time of year. But anyway, I think that you know, we've got to do this right. We've got to set out a map where things can actually go. I mean, is it just going to be a free for all there, or are we going to say, okay, whatever buildings we have are in this row here, so we don't destroy as much of the park as we can, you know, eliminate parking if we use a parking lot, et cetera, et cetera. So it has to be, I think, a joint venture where we have, as a town and as parks people, are going to say, if we have this influx of, you know, 10 huts coming, this is the only place you can put them. This is what we have to do as far as walkways and signage and I don't know whatever else parking that we have to do with it. So I think it has to be, I mean, it's just the beginning. And I don't know why it took so long for them to understand what was happening, but here we are. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. I guess as I was keen, to me, I'm certainly keen on the concept. I think it makes sense, and especially because of streetscape. But and I do agree that it's, you know, you don't want to just approve one off and then another one comes in and another one. I do agree. We do definitely need a plan. But I also want to make note that, in fact, the community improvement plan, when we, at the very beginning of that, Steve, you'll remember this, that during the design brief time, there was a lot of discussion about having maybe in the back of all the stores, an outdoor market type setting. And so that could animate the backside of all of the stores and being on the park. And so it was a really, to me, I love the idea. And thankfully, a lot of stores have started doing that on their own with their stores. There's, the backside of their stores. So I think we've got the beginning of a potential plan in that CIP. But I don't think we should discourage it. I think this is something that people would really welcome who are visiting, and again, it's outdoors and it helps our businesses. But I absolutely support the idea that we need to put a plan in place so that we know where they're going to go, and it's sensible and it's good for flow and pedestrians walking around, especially since we're still in COVID. So I support that, but I also support the concept too.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree. I think I support the concept. I think we should open it up a little bit. But I think they should be following the normal vendor permits. I don't believe any permanent buildings being built down there. And I think there needs to be a schedule or a plan in place. So there might be other events that want to come to Rivermill this year. So are we not going to entertain any of those? So,
Councillor Stone.
So just a comment about Councillor Alcock's comment about the CIP. There was never a discussion in the CIP about a marketplace of sorts, only rear entrances and facade improvements and that kind of stuff. But I think we should put it back to the BIA and ask the board to decide what and how they would like, and to consult with staff before we move forward. And as was mentioned, there will be events in Rivermill Park that we're going to want to have even this year. And how much do we want to take up with huts? But I think there's a possibility. And as I said earlier with Nancy, I want to do everything we can to help the businesses, especially this year. So I would put it back to the BIA board and have them make a proposal.
You know what? I agree 100% with you. Everybody says we should have a plan. No, we shouldn't have a plan. We should make a decision as to how many businesses we would allow in Rivermill Park during the streetscape process. We should cap it. We should set a limit. We should send it back to the BIA, and they say, if you want to organize and figure out a plan of where they're going to go and who's going to be there and what the criteria is to get there, then you bring it back to our staff and they'll make sure that it fits or it's okay in the spots that you design. But I don't think this is on us to come up with a plan. I think it's on the BIA to come up with a plan. It was different when it was one person coming to us asking to do something. They took it upon themselves to make a deputation. It's grown into something different. So that's my 2 cents, and I jumped in front of Councillor Weed. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I think we're here now. I think that we're pretty late in the game. So I would say that in an effort to do what we can, maybe we set aside an area, and I would assume that would be opposite on the other side of Darragh Way, where we say today that we cap it at 8 businesses and we limit it to that kind of that strip of land opposite to make it almost like another little main street out the back, and then let them work within those parameters. Because I think if we get into them coming up with a plan and us going, well, that doesn't really work, we don't really like that, and then back and forth, I think we might be dead in the water. It'll be July by the time we agree on anything. I think we should just outline a strip where it can be used and put a cap on it and let them infill if they can.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Well spoken, everyone, on previous statements, and agree and disagree with some. But Councillor Weeb has a very good point. I think it's valid, and in the fact that if we did concentrate on that immediate area, it would still allow other events to go on in the park uninhibited. And Steve, I hate to put you on the spot, but you have all those measurements on your computer, don't you? From when we did the parking thing. So, you know, how many 10 by 10 sheds could we fit there? Is it, Councillor Weave, like you said, 8, 9, 10? And I think that's the way to go. If we go at it any other way, I think we're going to be too late, and everyone, it's not, no one's going to benefit from this unless we make it happen ASAP and they can get their plan in place and be ready.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Yeah, I want to follow. Thank you. I want to follow up on Councillor Fitzgerald and Weave. I agree. I hear the sentiment about kicking it back to the BIA. I think it's going to prolong it. And two, I think it's happening. I also think there's an advantage to the town playing a role, you know, and being, we know the space. Just to Councillor Fitzgerald's point about it, you probably have the dimensions, and we could assist guide the BIA as to where we think the appropriate site should be. And I think if we all concur that it makes sense during streetscape, yes, they're late in the game, all of that stuff, but they are here now. And, you know, we want to be supportive of the businesses, and it could be vibrant. And to Councillor Stone's point, it may not have ended up in the CIP, but frankly, I walked around with the group at the very beginning, Councillor Stone, and there was a lot of animated discussion about having a market type environment down Darragh Way in that area behind the stores, very separate from animating the stores. So it very much was part of the discussion at the time.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a couple of issues that with this. I think, I mean, to sort of play devil's advocate here and take it in the other direction, everybody knew, as Director Hernan said at the beginning, everybody knew what streetscape entailed. Everybody knew what was going to be shut down. Everybody knew sidewalks were going to be open. The problem that I see with Councillor Weave's proposal, if you just say there's 8 and there's 12 people that want to sign up, you're going to cause a lot of friction there. There's a lot more than just 8 businesses that are suffering from COVID and going to suffer even more from streetscape. So if you want to get into the game of picking winners and losers on our main street, then that's, I think, what you're going to develop. I mean, the other way to go is just say no to everybody. You knew what streetscape entailed. You know the sidewalks open. I mean, it's how do you balance one or the other? What if we get 20 requests for huts somewhere, or 30, or 50, and just say, sorry, you guys didn't think of it sooner. You guys are going to go under. These guys are going to be okay because we've picked them. So I think this is a huge problem that's just unfolded here, that whoever dropped the ball's on the ground now. And I'm not sure the right way to pick it up, because I think it's going to be fraught with a lot of new issues as this unfolds. I think you gotta look at solutions for everyone, not just for a select few.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. We already know that several of the businesses on the Rivermill side already have taken steps to open their businesses towards the park. They did it last year, and they will do it, of course, again this year. And I'm thinking of Pub in the Dock and AO and a little place for the lights, for, you know, just as an example of a few. I sort of like the idea in a sense. It's if we do follow through with Councillor Weave's suggestion or whatever, and regardless of the number, I'm not suggesting a number, but I think it would create a sense of community. And as we know, I mean, it's the same reason that in most communities, all the car dealers are on the same street. You create volume of traffic type of thing. And so if we do this, and and along with those that have already opened up the back parts of their businesses towards River Mill Park, then I think it creates a sense of community. It also creates an opportunity for more of these merchants to be successful, because it'll just increase the amount of traffic going down there, type of thing. And it would be unique and one-time solution. We wouldn't be doing this in 2022, but I think we should work with the VIA, and I agree with you. It's got to be their plan, but they're also our friends and our neighbors and our merchants. And as we know, without a main street, we don't really have a downtown. So I think we should do what we can to enhance their opportunities for this summer. So I'd like to see us going forward in one sense or another, or one way or another, with this, because I think it could work, and it could be fun. It could be a fun event for not only our merchants, but also people that want to shop downtown. So I think we should go ahead with the idea.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, we're late in the game, and yeah, I don't know whose fault it is. I'm not going to pin blame on someone saying, you know, you didn't do it soon enough. But what we're really saying is, well, because you didn't do it soon enough and you didn't have everything organized, then we're not picking any winners. We're going to make sure that everyone kind of suffers equally, and then that's fair. What I'm saying is, if 8 is a number, I don't know if 8's the number or 10's the number, but we've got 3, possibly 4 coming forward to set up booths. It's April, essentially it's April now. I don't know how many, I mean, 20, 30, with all due respect, what are you talking about? Because there's no way 30 businesses are showing up to set up booths in River Mill Park at this time. What we need to do is come to an agreement and say, listen, if you guys can do it, and if this is gonna help, and we can free up space that makes sense, then let's try for it. Because if we don't put something together now, it's not going to happen. And then the pain is bad enough. So disorganized and all, let's try and see if we can help out.
Council, this is a very interesting discussion, and there's varying opinions, but I think that we need to remind ourselves that what was actually before us today was a deputation from one individual to place one hut in the park. So I think we need to make a decision on that. That's what was before us today, not everything else we're talking about. We can talk about everything else in addition, but that's not what actually is before us. Councillor Fitzgerald.
That 2 hands raised really made a difference, didn't it? I say we approve that request, and I would ask that Director Hernan pull his screen up and share it with us, the measurements of the area from along Dara Howell in the grass, and how many 10 by 10 sheds can we put in there, and create a motion to allow whatever the number is, and let the chamber have a lottery to see who gets them. And this is our job. We're supposed to make decisions to help our people, and we're supposed to make them quick, sometimes with very little information, but provide solutions. So I think this provides an opportunity that the people on Main Street need. So let's do it today.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Terziano. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think we can't have 20, 30, 40 in there. We need to make it, because of COVID, you know, we do have to have a park and places for people to go, but I do like the concept of how many huts can we put along there. As to the one in particular, I mean, yes, let's give Nancy that opportunity. You know, they haven't been able to do the usual heritage Easter egg hunt for the past 2 years to, you know, get people out and engaged in there, and they do a lot for the community. So let's let them have that. Let's let Nutty Chocolatier have the opportunity. And then, yeah, we set the number. I agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. It is our job to set that number. And then maybe the BIA, as you say, has a lottery, or maybe they determine who doesn't have a backdoor access that should have first rights to some of these spots. They create their own criteria, as to who gets to be the viable one to use those spots.
Deputy Mayor Alcock, and then Councillor Stone, and then we're gonna wrap.
Okay, I'll be quick. I support Councillor Schumacher and Fitzgerald. I think yes to Nancy's application today for sure. And I think we can be, responsive, and we can do it quickly. And I support what Councillor Schumacher said.
Councillor Stone?
So I'm happy to say yes to Nancy, but there are way too many questions. It seems like a knee-jerk reaction. We're saying, hey, put it on Darragh Way. So you're going to have people congregating on the street? What if we put it behind the band shell? This needs to be vetted a little bit more than just saying, yeah, sure, go throw up a hut. How big? How expensive? Are you going to have a Taj Mahal next to a tent? There's just so many questions without a proposal for us. Whatever we decide today is not going to be ratified until council. So I would say staff have heard, the BIA is listening. So let's get them to bring something to council, and it will happen collectively at our next council meeting.
That would probably work, but they need to work with staff between now and the council meeting so that what they're proposing, staff has already signed off and said, yes, it can work there. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Why don't we deal with the motion, and then why don't we get Director Hernan to pull his map up, and let's discuss how many 10 by 10 sheds we could put there and where they should go, and give staff that direction leaving this meeting. And then they have parameters to deal with.
All right, so we'll approve the motion. We'll approve the motion for the Nutty Chocolatier to locate a hut in Rivermill Park at in consultation with staff as to location. Fair enough? Do I have a mover and seconder? No, hang on. Yeah, and we don't want to charge anybody anything. We're waiving all costs, correct? Yeah.
And what size?
10 by 10 max. Because we talked about the one in Rivermill Park, which I think would be the maximum size. This isn't for everybody. This is just for the one that was before us. And then Jason will, or Councillor Fitzgerald will get Director Hernan's map up. Do I have a mover and second? Oh, hang on. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just really quickly, if we can ensure that the motion identifies that any policies that currently are in place that might restrict structures in the park, that this be exempt as well. So I don't know if Simone needs to jump in at this time, but just some clear direction, or we can provide that information to council. Again, I'm hearing that, that we don't really like to delay that information, but we do currently have things in place such as CIPs that might address markets down near Rivermill Park. We have policies for the use of the Rivermill Park and restrictions. So I just want to make sure that that's all covered here.
This is simply for 4 months in 2021. This is simply because of a streetscape. This is not an ongoing long-term. They can put all that stuff in whatever they need to put in for council.
Okay.
Steve, do you have your map while we're waiting for a resolution?
So just some initial investigation we did. This area here has power. This area over here has power. And there is obviously power up behind the band shell. And I know when we talked briefly about Nancy's requirements, power was one of them. In regards to the specific question of room down here, it looks like there's approximately 130 feet. And you have to do fire separations in between. So we can't line 130 feet of huts up. There has to be a 10-foot separation in between them. And obviously if they go above the 10 by 10 size, then the building code comes into it. So there's a lot of different things to consider. We do not have municipal potable water in the park, and we do not have sewage. All the water in the park is pumped out of the lake for irrigation of the community garden and the yards. So there's no potable water, but there is power down there. And we just have to work with all the businesses, or how many there is, to make sure we have enough power points along the way. So I don't know if that answers your question, but basically from this arrow down to here, we're looking at about 130, 140 feet. So probably max would be 7 huts if there was a request for them.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to say that I'm on the same page with you. We had one deputation come to us today that we should be discussing. I don't think we should be building the town report. I think we have good employees who can do that and telling them where they should be putting their buildings. Let's deal with the Nutty Chocolatier and go from there, and then let the staff build a report if they can accommodate more and bring it back to us.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship, too. And again, maybe Simone can answer this as well, but I also would like to make sure that there is space, whether it be the dock or the park, for those businesses such as yoga that did outdoor in the summer as well. So I know there were a few people who had rented some space to do yoga last year, and they're suffering as well with their businesses to be able to do that type of event there.
Through you, Mayor Terziano. Yes, we will have some special event requests, so we'll work with Steve and Colleen on the report that's coming forward, and just make sure that we can accommodate all of our renters and events that can happen. Certainly.
We're just waiting for that first resolution, but I don't know. I really don't know why we're jumping all over something. We have one request. If we get another one, we deal with it. If we get one after that, we deal with it. Like, I don't know why we're trying to build something that we might not get anybody that comes to it. Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. To that point, I think the point I was trying to make was, if we set aside an area that could accommodate the requests as it starts to catch maybe hold at the BIA, there's a specific spot, there's a specific number, and as they say, they're going to, as they come in, if people want to occupy them, at least it's there and we're not back trying to discuss, do we add another one? Or do we not? Or this business is suddenly suffering more than they thought, and they see the benefits, so they want to come in or jump in on it. What I was trying to say is there's an area there that could accommodate, as Steve said, let's say 7 10 by 10s. There's been a request for 1. We think there's a request for 2 more, maybe 3 coming in. If a couple more come on the heels of that, there's already a designated area that could accommodate. And that's it. And then our portion of that is done. It's up to them then to follow the rules, decide who is going to occupy them, and then have them removed once their businesses, things are full.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Weeb. And again, we say that there's only 1, but we think there's 2 more and possibly 3. Why don't we set some parameters and look at this as we have done sidewalk patios and outdoor scapes, where we've given Director Hernan the authority to act within those parameters that we set out for him. So we're not holding people up. So let's be proactive about it at least. I agree, we don't have to say let's put in 20, but let's make it so people don't have to go and wait for general committee council for this to happen. So let's delegate authority on it.
Okay, council, I have a resolution. I need a mover and seconder for it. Reads, it is recommended that committee support the request from Nancy Wagner to temporarily operate a satellite business out of a small hut, maximum 10 feet by 10 feet in River Mill Park during the streetscape project. And further, that all fees be waived and the request be exempt from the user fee bylaw and any applicable policies as determined by staff. Councillor Fitzgerald, are you moving that? And Councillor Stone, are you seconding that?
Yes, I will. Do we need to mention anything about materials? Can she put up a 10 by 10 tent?
No, it said hut.
Hut meaning wood?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna add the word wood. Mover and seconder in favor of the word wood being added? Okay. All in favor? That carries. All right, council, rather than talk about anything else, if you got a resolution, put it on the table. Councillor Armour? You're muted. You're on mute. Councillor, you're on mute.
Perfect. Finally. I'd like to put a recommendation. We give Director Hernan permission to meet with the BIA and those merchants who request to put a 10 by 10 hut made of wood at River Mill Park, and to bring a report back to us just of huts that he's approved.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, okay, so Councillor Armour, through you, your worship, are we delegating authority and asking him just to let us know what's happening, or are we asking him to bring it to us for permission? I think we should delegate authority.
Through your worship, exactly. Let him delegate authority. He knows what the property can handle, the electrical capacity, water, etc. And I'm sure there's going to be some washroom facilities that may need to be put down there also to accommodate this. So I think we'll do it with him.
Hernan, do you accept the challenge? Do you accept the delegated authority?
Mayor Terziano, I'm happy to work for council and I'll do as directed.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get a resolution. Councillor Stone?
Are we capping it at a number of 7?
We just delegated authority, so we'll let the director determine. The resolution would read, it is recommended that committee support in principle the idea of a temporary market space in River Mill Park. And further, that committee requests the BIA and interested business owners provide town staff with a plan to temporarily operate satellite businesses in River Mill Park during the streetscape project. And once the plan has been received, the Director of Operations and Protective Services be granted the authority to negotiate, approve, and implement the plan. So a mover and seconder. Fitzgerald and Armour. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if you want to be specific, it's only applicable to businesses within the BIA area. I'm not so sure if the motion is clear about that. Otherwise, we might be inundated with businesses throughout the entire community. So I would ask the deputy clerk if she could bring the motion back up, because it all happened so quick. I just not sure if that's the intent of the motion.
I was going to apply.
The BIA and interested business owners within the BIA. Okay, so it's there. It's there now anyways. Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Fitzgerald?
Just a comment, I think that we should try any way, shape, or form to remove Director Hernan role in choosing who is able to do those huts and leave that to the discretion of the BIA. in some fair manner, so that he's not implicated in any way by favoritism or nepotism or such things.
I think it only suggests that Director Hernan weighs in on whether or not the hut or business could function, whether they had the hydro they needed, if they needed it or whatever, right? Otherwise, it's not his call. Hmm? Yeah, Councillor Weave.
I was just thinking, I was just going to say, we have to make sure that we're okay with the BAA choosing businesses, but I would probably suggest that they limit it as well to the south side of Main Street, because if there's one last stall and there's a business on the north side that has a back entrance, wants to add another booth, it's certain, again, it's kind of, it may not be fair. So something else to think about.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through your worship. And yeah, I mean, again, as I said, they may need to set their own criteria as to who has a backdoor exit or whatever. But again, I would also want to include, I think Director Babineau said she would work with Director Hernan on what other, they might not be a BAI business, but they did have yoga or did have some opportunity or events down there as well, to not limit that.
Yeah, you know, we sort of have a resolution, we're sort of delegating authority, but now you want to put in all the parameters. So are we actually doing it or aren't we here? So it says we support the idea. It says that committee requests the BIA and interested business owners within the BIA provide town staff with a plan to temporarily operate satellite businesses in Rivermill Park during streetscape project. Once the plan has been received, the Director of Operations be granted the authority to negotiate, approve, and implement the plan. That's a delegation of authority to the Director. Do we want to do that or not? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, we do. I'll first that.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, Council, I'm almost afraid to do this the way things are going, but as I mentioned at Council, I wanted to add a discussion about pickleball courts. So I have a resolution that it is recommended that committee suspend the rules of procedure in regards to notice to allow for the addition of the following item under new business, 6.5.4 pickleball court discussion. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald and a seconder. Councillor Alcock. All in favor? That carries. So Council, as I said Monday night, I've been receiving numerous emails from the community about pickleball and about our decision to make the future of pickleball part of our community master plan. And the fact that that plan is not going to be done until the end of this year, and we are not going to have any decisions on pickleball until 2022. And will we feasibly be able to have, if it comes up with anything in place even in 22? So I wanted to open up the discussion again. I don't normally kowtow to a bunch of emails, but the pandemic has made our community come outside in such droves, and the outdoor activities and the fact that pickleball is such a growing sport, it's not a fad, it's here. I don't subscribe to the idea of taking something away from one group to give it to another group, and that's kind of taking a tennis court away from tennis people to give it to pickleball. So I really think if we're gonna have pickleball courts in Huntsville someday, that someday might be sooner than later. So that's where I want to kick off the discussion. And just before I do, I did ask Pauline if staff could think about some potential locations for pickleball courts if we decided to go that route sooner than later. So Colleen, do you want to let us know what you've thought of first before we start the conversation?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So we did put our minds to the task of finding the ideal location. I've got some slides put together for you to let's call them food for thought. I'm not saying any of them are the perfect suggestion, but I think this combined with the Community Services Master Plan coming forward, group discussion amongst yourselves, perhaps we can come up with something that that strikes the correct solution. And yes, the demand is huge, and outdoor recreation has never been more in demand. So we wanted to just bring some information forward to you for your consideration, and maybe some broad thinking here, but it's yours to do with what you like. So we've all heard from the pickleball community request for more facilities and designated facilities, as Mayor Terziano mentioned. So the site requirements in order to accommodate 4 pickleball courts, which is approximately the same size as 1 tennis court. So the site requirements for that are a fairly flat open space. 4 pickleball courts would occupy approximately 60 by 120 feet. As 4 courts at any one time occupy or would have occupants of approximately 16 people, we have to think about parking as well. So I put in the requirements there to add a 16-car parking space. Some locations may have some on-street parking, but many do not. So I just wanted to make sure that we were considering all of those as well. Power requirement, not necessarily required, but if anyone's suggesting that any of these future courts be lit, then of course we would have to consider that. And just for a bit of context, back in 2009, Conroy tennis courts were constructed as part of the bigger plan. So without land costs, the cost to construct those 2 courts was approximately $300,000. And that facility today, if it were to be converted, could hold 8 pickleball courts. So there's some other sites here that could be considered. And coincidentally, some of these sites have been discussed earlier today in our meeting, requests for other uses. So I've got further information on each of these locations, so I'll definitely review all of those. So I think most of the locations, honestly, almost everyone has been mentioned today now that I'm looking at the list. And yeah, okay, so at Tyland Park, there is a flat space there, and we measured out there'd be space for 4 courts as well as parking for 16 vehicles. The park area is currently underutilized. Again, that's a point that was highlighted earlier today in the meeting. There is underground infrastructure there, which is stormwater drains that come from that residential area. So that has to be, I mean, that's not something that can be moved or adjusted. That has to be kept in mind with any kind of plans for this area. There could be some concerns come forward from noise. We've heard from some residents in the Meadow Park area that noise is a consideration. I can't verify that myself. Here's another idea, Orchard Park. The space would accommodate the requirements for added parking and forecourts. There is definitely an apple orchard there, which is used by the community, and the ground isn't perfectly level. So just some considerations for that location. Avery Beach, we could replace the volleyball court there with 4 pickleball courts. The volleyball court is underutilized at this time. We recognize that there is parking already on this site. The parking at that site, though, is definitely on demand from other park amenity users, boaters, people walking the trail, people launching their boats, etc. And then Clark Crescent, which obviously we're beginning a conversation with the community today about what the future use is there. So it's added in there as potential. The lookout pitch, there's space up there. Again, another underutilized open space. It's a little bit hidden from sight, and there's not a constant presence of people, be it on foot or in vehicles. I'd be concerned about vandalism up at that site, but that's not necessarily a huge deterrent. We face vandalism in all of our public spaces. So if we were to occupy part of the space up at Lions Lookout with pickleball courts, it could limit potential future use by putting something permanent in there. Macaulay Robertson Park, the area adjacent to Diamond F. It is currently open and somewhat flat, would require some regrading. There definitely is parking at this location, but again, at different times of day, it is under demand for other amenity usage. Mount View, we've spoken about it today as well. For other uses, parking would have to be installed, of course, and then there would be space there for pickleball courts. Irene Street Park is a good size area. We definitely could install courts there if that was the will of council. It's not a flat space. There are lots of trees there. So some significant site remediation would be required to consider that location. And then, of course, there could be future development lands that we're not yet aware of. So just quickly, I'll go over each location with a map included and just review the points. So here we have Tyland Park. I think we've all identified that it's underutilized and maybe has a future use as something different than it currently is. The Lookout Pitch, big open space, doesn't have the same type of usage that it was used for before Conroy Park was installed. But for future event use, it might be something that the council decides they want to leave open and available completely. The Mount View water treatment plant, so it's got some large green spaces, fairly flat. This is maybe a potential site. This shows the area beside Macaulay Robertson Park and Diamond F. And again, regrading would need to be done in order to accomplish anything being installed here. It also could limit the future expansion of any baseball or soccer, which there has been demand for over time. Orchard Park, the orchard there is used by the community, and apple picking day is an event that has been growing over the past several years. So if we were to install anything different here, it would require removing trees as well as significant grading. You can see the volleyball court here at Avery Beach, and that's an area that could also be considered. It's a busy location already. And then, of course, Clark Crescent, we're having that discussion and doing public engagement at this time. Irene Street Park, So you can see that the playground is here. We own these 3 lots. Up in this area, there are large maple trees, and there's a swing set up in this area. So that's one for consideration. And then as far as funding opportunities, we've just recently been made aware of some funding opportunities that are coming. I don't believe the application window is open yet for this funding, but something to just for your awareness and your consideration. And happy to answer any questions if I can, if you have any.
Colleen, why do you still have that up? Could you go back 1 slide, please? What area do we own there on the Irene Street?
These 3 lots.
Can you put your cursor over 3 lots or something?
There?
2, 3. And the playground is where, in the light area in the first lot? So those other 2 lots, there's no playground or anything in there? Is it used at all?
There's a swing set up here.
Okay.
And there are large maple trees. Some pine trees.
Okay. I never realized we had 3 lots down there. I just thought we had the corner lot. So all 3 lots combined are used as a park?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay, if you stop sharing now, I know Councillor Withey was the first with his hand up way back when, so I'll go to him.
Thanks for remembering. So this is, I think, to the mayor's comments, I think this is in fact a demonstrable growing activity, sport. There's a lot of people out there even putting these in their own backyards where they have space. I do believe it's time for us as a municipality to put some money up to make this happen sooner rather than later. If there was, as Colleen pointed out in a report, if there's grant money coming, more the better. And my vote would be for Macaulay Robertson, simply because the noise is an issue. And I think that area lends itself to, with other activities going on, get your point about vandalism, problem everywhere you go. But that would be my vote. And I think if we could get 8 courts there, that would be fabulous. But 4 would even be great.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm echoing once again, Councillor Withey. I'm so glad, actually, Your Worship, that you put this on the agenda, because I couldn't agree more. I know a number of pickleball players, and they're really, really enthusiastic. And it's a great sport, and it is growing so quickly. So I think we should find a place. We should do it. We should decide, right? So on the locations, though, I appreciate all of them, except I had narrowed it down. For me, it was either Macaulay, but I also thought Mount View was sort of interesting because, I listened to Councillor Thompson earlier say, if you walk the property, lots of property. So if you put it there, it doesn't negate all of the other things that could happen there as well. You still can have terrific waterfront redevelopment along the edge. And you could also have, pickleball courts. I believe you could have both. And so for me, I'd be happy with either of those locations.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I find most of the locations problematic, actually. I agree with Councillor Withey. I think if we were to go somewhere, I think Macaulay's probably the only one that I could support. But to that point, I'd like to investigate the sandy area that's next to the skateboard park near the yard there. There's a kind of a dead space that if you, it's tough to describe, but if you know the space, it's just to the east of that parking lot that's for the skateboard park. It seems to me that would be a really good spot that wouldn't really encroach on any other activity. Parking wouldn't be a problem because that area where Diamond F is with the soccer pitches across the street gets very congested in the summer, and it's awkward. It's a weird spot actually. So I would want to hear if there's possibility or potential of that sandy area next to the park.
Colleen, just before I move on, can you comment on that? It wasn't on your list, but.
Yes, through you, Mayor Terziano, that area is TransCanada Pipeline. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I highly doubt they would allow us to build something like that on top of the pipeline.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. The system wasn't letting me unmute here for a moment or so. Yeah, at first blush, I think sort of following Councillor Alcock's comments, I guess at first blush, Macaulay Robertson makes the most sense. I think simply because we now own that property and we don't know at this point where and what we might use Mountview for. When I first looked at all of the 8 options that Colleen presented, my first thought was Mountview, but then again, it's in the future. We don't own that property as yet, although the district has said if we wanted to utilize it, we could, and we could get permission, I'm sure. But it would raise some questions, I guess, too, as to exactly where it could go and exactly what their needs are going to be over the next 3 years. So I think at first, like out of the hopper, I would say Macaulay Robertson would be probably the best choice at this point.
Councillor Armour.
I think the only thing we need to keep it out of the residential area because it is, from what I hear, very loud. And I think that's probably our main thing. Second thing, I think we should consult with those who play pickleball at a good location, which sounds like Macaulay Rock or Macaulay Park. So, and yeah.
Councillor Stone.
Very quickly, I wouldn't want to put it at Mountview until I see a full plan for what the possibilities are over there. But my easy answer is Macaulay makes the most sense.
Okay, Council, I appreciate that. It sounds like there's some support and if there is, and I don't think I'm reading the room wrong, I'm going to ask Colleen to set up a Zoom meeting for myself and her, and maybe Councillor Weave as the chair of Parks and Recreation, to meet with 3 or 4, whatever you can find out. Simone, you probably should be in on this too, of the pickleball players as quickly as possible, and we'll run this presentation by them. We'll get some of their thoughts, and then we'll come back to the table. I just wanted to really gauge council's feeling on whether they were supportive of potentially moving this forward quicker than we last talked about. So Colleen, would you do that in conjunction with Simone probably, and sooner than later?
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Okay, Councillor Withey. I don't think we need a resolution for that.
Thank you. I just, while we're on the topic, I was contacted by pickleball people who were wondering if there's any way we can get the courts open with this nice weather, like right away, rather than wait. You know, if it's just unlocking and putting up nets, they're happy to sweep, clean, and get going. They're anxious with this nice weather to get out there. So I told them I would ask. So I'm asking.
Colleen?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, yes, we've had multiple requests, same. And I have replied to most, if not all of them. So there are a few things that are happening out there as the snow melts, and we've assured them that we're going to get the courts ready and open for them as soon as we can. Right now, like some of them, the snow has melted, but there's still frost in the ground, and those the courts are sitting in, they're saturated, like there's water at the surface. So it might look at it from a distance that it's ready, it's not quite ready. We need to do some inspection, we need to do some cleaning, all that type of stuff, put up our nets, put out the garbage cans, get the benches out. We're watching the weather forecast, we're watching the ground conditions, and we are, as soon as we possibly can, we get them open safely for everyone to use.
Steve?
Well, I just wanted to remind, I mean, we've got an early spring. We're heavy into the sweeping mode right now. We're still under obligation till April 15th for snow, even though our staff are doing other functions. So the same crews that would be dealing with the courts are still coming in at 4 a.m. to check the sidewalks. So we certainly hear the public's requests. We're getting them for boat launches, for everything, believe it or not, right now. And we're working diligently to get things open early. But we do have an order we have to go through, and our main priority right now is sand on streets. We've got to get that picked up for bicycles, for everything else, which is going to be out in the roads here shortly. And like I say, if you notice, if you're paying attention in town in the last week or so, you'll see the sweeping crews are working hard on the main streets right now. King William, West Road, April, right after the Easter weekend, we've arranged for our contractor to come in early with the sweeping equipment. So we hope that by the end of April, we'll have some real good news, but I don't see any of the courts opening in the next week or two, that's for sure. We're just full press court now trying to clean up from winter.
Okay, thanks. Council, do you want a motion to proceed with the pickleball stuff? Are you good? Ah, good. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Be it resolved, the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 1:50 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matter pertaining to the following section of the Municipal Act 239, litigation or potential litigation and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, confidential report development 2021-27, license status for short-term rental accommodation property 207 Woodland Drive. All in favor? That carries, and I think we have to probably zoom out and zoom back in. Okay, see you in a sec. Okay. One, two, three, four. Where is everybody? Okay, we have 2, 5, 6, 7. We're missing Counselor Withy and Counselor Fitzgerald. Give them another sec. If the public's back, they'll think we're all frozen here. Okay, here comes one more. Nope. All right, we're gonna go anyways. Okay, we have one resolution coming out of closed session. I need a mover and seconder for it. Deputy Mayor Alcott and Councilor Weed. Be it resolved, the committee recommends short-term rental accommodation license STR 2020-012 for 207 Woodland Drive revoked on February 8, 2021, be reinstated with the following condition. 1, the licensee be put on probation until the end of 2021, where the 3-strike process be excluded for this property and any complaints received be evaluated by staff, which may result in the immediate loss of license. Questions? All in favor? And that carries. Okay, we have a form here that says general information. We're not having any because it's after 2:30 and I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Weed. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 2:36 p.m. All in favor? And that carries. And thank you, council. It was a long day. We accomplished a lot. Thank you, staff. See everybody